We're gonna be getting into this heel versus babyface thing, which is an interesting situation. Let me find it here. So, so the game Starfield comes out, and Starfield is a game that I'm not that interested in. It doesn't look very good for various reasons. But a lot of people are playing it, and this guy was one such person. Let me get the face up here. There you go. This guy was one such person who was really looking forward to Todd Bethesda Howard's newest super cool carnival ride attraction in the disguise of a video game. And he was all ready for it, and he started playing it. And he was very upset to learn that evidently in this game, when you are making your character, you have the choice of selecting whether people, like, which... Because there's different dialogue for all of, if you're playing a male or a woman or whatever. I guess it's male, female, and gender neutral, like they, them. Different dialogue is recorded for all three. And you can select if you want your character to be referred to one way or another. It's really a very minor option. It's not like it's going in any really crazy, like, super woke... Like, you can do gender slider, like, there's nothing, like, anything really all that wacky going on. It is literally just, like, a toggle to select between, like, it's the same thing you get in any other game where you can choose male or female characters, except here you're able to choose, like, you're able to choose the male or female characters, and then also independently of that choose how people refer to you, which I guess you could make the argument is unnecessary, but it is. I'm gonna just go out on the record and say that it is one of the fucking few things that it sounds like you can do that really lets you roleplay at all in Starfield, Like, there's very little to Starfield that sounds like that they really let you roleplay or do much with. Like, it's just kind of your standard Bethesda, like, shooting game. There's not really a whole lot in the way of, like, builds or anything. And so for them to at least allow you to have this, like minor thing that lets you, like, create kind of your own character with a little bit of individuality. I don't know, man. After they made the voiced protagonist from Fallout 4, I think this is probably a bit better than that. Like, just from game design perspective, it's nice to have more options to be a little bit more unique in how you play your game. But he had a whole rant about it, and we're going to get into it. But more importantly than his rant, he has a response video. We can get rid of the allegedly now. This is all just from the horse's mouth here. But he has a response video where Donald Trump is in the thumbnail for some reason, because he did this thing. He talked about pronouns in Starfield, and he freaked out, and he became, like, the main character of Twitter, and everybody clowned on him. And he's been kind of coasting on that, like, popularity since then. Infamy, I guess. And so it became a big thing. Everybody all over the place has been making fun of him. People that I like and agree with, and people that I don't necessarily agree with. A rageaholic over here has got his opinions. But this guy definitely did nothing wrong. He's got this rant here, and then multiple response videos. I saw YMS react to this one here with Trump in the thumbnail for some reason. But I didn't see this one. Well, these are some good thumbnails. His, like, soy face over Oppenheimer, and there's, like, a bomb. I killed Starfield, but I really didn't. No, of course you didn't, you weird man. It's a giant game. Of course you didn't. Let's watch this. Let's watch this. So, this is him. Yes, you're asked when playing the game if you want to Let me see. Hang on. Yeah, somebody says, don't get as mad about pronouns as you claim your opposition does. That's a very good point. Because the whole thing here is this seems like it's a, this definitely seems like it's a, hang on. I'm going to change the thing here. Live dive. Starfield pronoun man. Sorry. MXN. Mixon. We don't want to assume anybody's gender. Starfield pronoun. And I'll just change up the thumbnail here. From weirdo propaganda adventures to fucking pronouns! Gender ambiguity! We're gonna get into it. You're gonna see it. But you can see them when they're driving, but there you go. Just update that. Starfield pronoun mixin'. So this video is called Man Rages Over Pronoun Selection in Starfield. And, I mean, again, it's not... Well, we'll let him get into it here. No, get back to it.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. I just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off, fuck that.
Hang on. Do I have any good music for this? This is such a
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the
God forbid any of those relationships are with anybody who doesn't conform.
The places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
So, there's like half of the video left, but I want to go back over to the beginning of it. Because, I mean, just out the gate, the fact that it's, fucking pronouns! Yeah, his pronouns are milk and dud. We have to go back to the beginning because his whole thing seems to be like, I just want to immerse myself. Well, there's a lot of people who want to immerse themselves, you know? I think that's the point of that decision, actually. Probably, is to immerse yourself in that a little bit and be able to, you know, be who you want to be, I guess, in the game a little bit. And so that's the point. And even beyond that, I mean, again, just having options in a game like this, Bethesda doesn't give people that many options to fucking roleplay in their games. Historically speaking, like, you're fucking Fallout 3, you're forced to be some dude Liam Neeson's fucking kid and go on some quest for Liam Neeson. Fallout 4, you're voice acted by some fucking idiot or whatever, and you have to like go on a quest for your fucking son, baby, father, or whatever. Terrible fucking shit that's in that game. And like, yeah, Bethesda doesn't have a great track record when it comes to letting people actually roleplay and be their own character and like make their own story in one of these games. So to have anything like that is kind of good. Whatever it is, it's kind of good that Bethesda gives you something. I will say it's lip service. I mean, in terms of, I haven't seen anybody talking about, oh, this is like the first super cool woke game ever to have pronoun, blah, blah, blah. I haven't seen any real journalism about that. The first I ever heard about this was this guy screaming about it. I didn't know that this was a thing in this game. So it's not even a case of like that thing they always do with movies where they won't shut up about how there's finally a woman in a movie, or a black guy or whatever, or a gay couple. This is just in there and they're not making a big deal about it. And it doesn't really seem to affect anything in any great way. And that's the criticism I'll give it, is that I want to say this feels like lip service to, like, you know, the trans community or something, but not really. This feels like lip service to the idea of even having features in the game. It's like, yeah, I don't know, it's a Bethesda game. It's just it feels like one of those things they let you do so you feel like you have a different build or something, you know, like, I have such freedom of choice in this Bethesda game, and you don't really. I don't know, but at least it's something, you know, and so for him to be so mad about that and claim that it's inhibiting his ability to immerse himself in the game. Well, I don't know, it's all for other people to immerse yourself. I mean, you can just pick your, you know, he/him thing. That's fine. His point is that you shouldn't have to pick if you pick a female character. Like, if your character is female, that she should just be she. And I mean, I guess it's not necessary, I suppose. But again, it's just an option. It's just one little option that you're allowed to have in one of these fuck-awful Bethesda Game Studios games. I hate this company.
I just want to say something to you.
We're watching this again.
I just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off, fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing
this is such an important thing for him. He needs to take his headphones off. This is a real important, you know, he's standing up for what's right, goddammit. You know, if nobody else will. He's the Harvey Milk for our generation. Except he's Harvey Milk Dud over here.
I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG.
Got my bad dragon swiftly inserted.
Lose myself. Think, oh my god, just think of this world. Just think of all the planets I can visit. All the immersive things that I can...
I don't know if he's doing this just to, like, butter up how good Bethesda is. And, like, Bethesda, this game could have been so great if it wasn't for pronouns or whatever. I don't know if he's doing it for that reason. But the whole thing of, like, I can't wait to immerse myself and lose myself in this world... Dude, it's a Bethesda game. That's not... If that happens for you, then that really explains a lot about why you're like this.
Get involved with all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
Current day us. And yeah, you know, again, this would be a very different scenario. I would probably be on this guy's side a little bit more, at least. I mean, he's very upset about this to a point that's kind of unreasonable. Not exactly proportional, as I think YMS was putting it, like, proportional anger. You don't need to not... You can allow yourself to be angry, but, like, you know, just whatever. This doesn't seem, like, warranted, really. But, yeah, like, the current day thing, I mean, this would be very different if they were making a big deal about it. If they were out there, like, and there were a bunch of articles about Starfield is the first game that ever allows you to whatever, and, like, Pete Hines is out here just being like, yeah, you know, in Starfield, we just really care about trans people and blah, 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 and, like, if it was this whole corporate performative fucking Pride Month, like, scam, then... then that would really be something. You would really have a place to complain and be like, okay, that is annoying, I just wanted to play my game, it doesn't need to be all politicized or whatever, but this isn't political. This guy made it political. This guy made it all current day. It is just an option to have. Nobody was screaming about it, nobody was selling the game on it, and people weren't, like, even demanding it in the game, I don't think. It's not even, like... one of those things where, like, some guy on Twitter was like, it sucks that Bethesda's so transphobic that they won't put in the... It wasn't even like that. It was just a thing they did. For no real reason. No, there's not really any... Again, I heard about this first because of this guy's fucking video. So for him to be all... How could they current day us? Well, for one thing, again, as YMS pointed out when he was watching this, like, modern media that's made in the current day is probably going to reflect the fucking, like, current day that it's made in to some extent. I mean, I think I get what he means, but also, like, but it's also not. Like, that's the thing, is the current daying of us, as I view it, would be, again, the kind of thing that you get. Like, you'd think that somebody like this guy would be able to tell the difference, because he is one of these people that always rants about, like, Star Wars is woke or whatever. And that's at least a scenario where, yeah, you do have, like, actors going out there and wearing fucking the Force is female shirts and all this obnoxious cringy shit. That's not happening here. So, like, you'd think you'd be able to, like, respect that, like, oh, they have this in here and they're not pushy about it and weird about it and not making a big deal about it. It's just a thing. Like, I thought that was the point, was that it was supposed to not be, like, a huge deal that everybody... No, I guess it just shouldn't be in there at all. But, okay, the ape man is continuing.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking...
I mean, I don't want to be one of those people. I feel like it is a little disingenuous a little bit when people do the thing where they're like, but all language has pronouns, bro. It's like, but I mean, you know what he means. You get what he's getting at. Like, yeah, he means the like pronouns in bio fucking thing. Like, you know, the unnecessary, slightly unnecessary for certain people. Like, again, if you're like trans, I guess it's understandable. If you're, I think he points out in his response video, Pete Hines, the guy from Bethesda, I mean, he's a male-presenting dude named Pete who has he, him in his bio. It's like, yeah, that comes off a bit performative, a little bit unnecessary. So, like, yeah, I could get where he's coming from with, like, the pronouns and all of that. It's like, I do get it, but this is just still really going too far and screaming way too much about something that is really not a big deal, and he is making it such a big deal in a way that now it's a news story. Now people probably are buying the game because they're like, oh, wow, this game has pronoun stuff, and that's cool, I can do this and that. Like, that was not a thing that was on the back of the box. That was not, like, they weren't writing articles in Kotaku about this shit until he started fucking talking about it.
Current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
I mean, okay, we're so boring. Current day Californian shit. For one thing, Bethesda is from fucking Maryland or something. For another thing, we're so boring. Well, I mean, it could be argued that creating a game set in the future with future stuff happening, it would be a little bit boring for that game to restrict people to just, you know, the current standards of the time in terms of, I mean, say what you will, that is like a forward-thinking, futuristic thing that is, you know, probably, it's like not a bad thing to include in your game that's set in the fucking future. I think ultimately that's a little bit of what this is. It's like a little bit, it's like fear, I guess, that like this game is representing the future and blah blah blah, and how dare they suggest that pronoun people and whatever slightly derogatory thing you might say about you know, the people that he's referring to here. Yeah, that it's like it's an insecurity about that this is reflecting that this is kind of accurately reflecting the way that things are going, which I guess is understandable if that's, yeah.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection.
When did I don't know, man? Can you? When did the right become so fragile? Well, the thing is this is the same, like, you know, again, I did watch the YMS reaction to this whole thing, and it's good because there is a new video as well that he did not watch, so now I get to have an additional thing that I have no context with. We have 3 videos from this guy, this one, and then he has 2 responses, which are both like longer. This is only a couple minutes, but yeah, the point that he made in that was that this is very much like the Anita Sarkeesian types. The people on, you know, during like Gamergate, during like 2015 politics, Twitter wars, movie Bob type people, unhinged, like, you know, political people screaming about how, you know, this and that, everything goes against my ideology and is bad and should not be accepted. And that's what this is basically doing. And one of the things, and I don't know if we get into it with his response videos, but he had this whole support for the Hogwarts Legacy game, I think it's called. The big Harry Potter like adventure game that came out, and I still need to play that. I kind of want to look. I kind of want to play it. I'm a somewhat lapsed Harry Potter fan. I liked the books as a kid and the movies and stuff, but I like the games, the old like PS2 Harry Potter games. Those I have a soft spot for those too. So, kind of interested in that. I would like to play it, but there are a lot of people boycotting it because they don't like J.K. Rowling and her stances on things, which is, I guess, their right to do that. But he was saying he made this whole stance. He made this whole point during the protests of that and everything, and he was like, people shouldn't say that the game should be banned based on their ideology. And I mean, the fact that this literally he literally uses the word ideology in this while he's talking about this, and how he doesn't like the ideology of what this is alluding to. So it is rather hypocritical, but yeah.
That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day.
Current day.
Fuck off.
But I don't think that there's that much of it in the actual game, though. I mean, I don't think it's like I haven't seen much about it that's like super SJW game where, you know, you could maybe make the argument that the Outer Worlds was a little bit like that. I remember that game, the moment I started playing it, I was like, okay, but why is every hairstyle like rad femme, like butch lesbian hairstyle? What is going on with this? Like, you maybe say that. The other one I made the comparison to, this kind of reminds me almost a little of how I felt with the Tony Hawk Pro Skater remake thing that came out, where they had like a character designer, but they didn't really allow for you to pick like a male or a female. It was just like a gender neutral character creator. And you could kind of make somebody who looked sort of masculine or sort of feminine, but no matter what you did, everybody was kind of a little bit in the middle. And I think that was a lot more egregious than this, of like, I can't make the kind of person I want to make, or whatever. I wanted to make Giga Chad, but, you know, you can't, because everybody kind of looks sort of gender ambiguous right in the middle. And that was a little bit weird, not even having the option to pick male or female. That was a little strange. This game just gives you a little bit of an option, though, and you can still be he, him, look like a Giga Chad. You can do that. It's just an option. It's really not like that much of a thing. It's not impacting the game particularly at all. I mean,
you're boring. You're fucking dull. You have nothing to say.
But he's also talking about how he can't immerse himself, and, you know, this is boring and everything. And again, it's like, wouldn't it be, I mean, doesn't it strike anybody as more boring to conform to the same, you know, I mean, I'm not even one of these people that's like, you know, yada yada, like, you know, neo pronouns or whatever. Like that would be certainly a step too far. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, for a game like this to have a whole list of like Z-Zems and shit that you can select, like, that would be kind of ridiculous. I think I would be on this guy's side a little bit more if it was something like that. But no, it really is just toggle between, you know, how your character is referred to. It's as simple as that. It's like a very simple line of code, which I don't see why that's a huge problem. But he's saying that it doesn't allow him to immerse himself, even though it's specifically designed, I think, for people to allow themselves to be like a little bit more immersed, a little bit more included. It's the same thing of like, why can't I play as a woman character and wear male clothes or whatever, or vice versa, in some games. And more games now are letting you do that, because it's like, well, why can't you really? You know, technically you could just, you know, apply the same clothing to the female model or vice versa. But they just kind of pointlessly segregate that. And so it is just a little thing where it's like, it's not a huge, it probably took some guy like 20 minutes to code that into the game at most. Just a thing that like a couple variables and a menu UI option. Just like, okay, you're a male character. Do you want people to call you by that? Like, because all those dialogue options are already in the game. It's just, do people call you like he, him, she, her, or whatever. It's just a very simple dialogue. I don't know why he's so upset about it. Like, it's forcing him to think in a certain way or play in a certain way. He says in one of the response videos that he feels compelled. Like, you're compelled to be trans because you have the option or something. But we'll hear him out here a little.
Dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one...
No, but okay, again, I'm sorry. I was gonna say we're gonna hear him out, but, like, again, isn't it more boring? You're dull, you have nothing to say. Isn't it more boring to just do the same thing everybody else has done? This is a slightly different vision for the future. You want things to be the way they always have been and be boring. You want things to stay boring and stay like how you know them. This is different, and you're upset about that. This is not... I mean, you're clearly not bored. You're very animated and engaged currently. So you're not bored. Whatever you got to say. You can't say that it's boring. But yeah, no, it is, I mean, yeah, forward thinking in a way. Whether you view that as a good thing or not, this is the direction that things are going in, and it's like, yeah, it makes sense for your future game if you want to strive for some realism. Yeah, that's a thing you would probably include in there. Sure. Whether or not you think that that's a good thing, it's not even really supporting it or, you know, or saying it's bad in any way. It's just acknowledging that in the future people will probably have more expression to their identity in that way, you know? So, like, yeah, that's just, it is in an entirely neutral sense forward thinking, and I don't know if that's specifically just what's scaring him, but
I've the mind, twat waffle!
Twat waffle.
That's all you fucking are! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything! Every single solitary fucking thing!
Everything. Every single thing. But again, you know, for the longest time, I thought that the argument was you know, it's like the strong female character thing. Like, have them in movies. Have your diversity. But don't make a big deal about it. And that's my thing. Again, I think I would be more on his side if Starfield was being sold in, like, huge articles about, finally, a game for everyone, or some stupid cringe shit. It really isn't. They're not making a big deal about it. They aren't shoving it down anybody's throats. It's just an option. It's just an option in a game that gives you few options. If anything, you can say that it's unfortunate that one of the only options of how you play your game and how you know, express your character in the video game is this ultimately fairly meaningless thing that doesn't do much throughout the course of the game. You know, different builds are probably not, from what I've heard, not all that viable. The game kind of plays the same no matter what you do, to some extent. There's some variation, but, like, yeah, one of the few things that actually lets you express yourself in the game, and it's kind of a meaningless thing. But also, this guy is, like, really upset about that. Like, I don't know, you should be thankful for what Bethesda has fucking given you in terms of, like, playing the game like it's a role-playing game. I don't know. Righteous indignation from our man. That's it. Big heavy sigh. And then he just goes right back to consuming. So, you know, very upset about the pronouns in Starfield, but not so much that he's gonna stop, you know, enjoying Starfield, obviously. So he had a response to this, which for some reason features Trump in the thumbnail. I don't know why Trump is here. I guess because Trump is, like, in jail now, and so he got canceled for having an opinion on the internet. Well, he hasn't been canceled. I don't know who's canceled him. Like, nobody is... That's not the definition of that term. Like, canceled would be, like, if they found out that you've been, like, beating your wife, and they are posting about that. This is just people clowning on you for your opinion. This is just free speech, sir. But man canceled for having opinion on the internet. And I guess that makes him just like Trump. Real persecution complex for some reason. I don't know. Like, you put your opinion out there and people disagreed with it. That's the way it goes. But okay.
Man has opinion about video game. Internet goes absolutely nuclear crazy about opinion on video game.
Your opinion was absolutely nuclear crazy. Fucking pronouns! Like, you were screaming at the top of your lungs. You just can't use the whole, like, haha, you mad when you were that upset. When you can't use that as an argument when at any time I can just cut to this image. At any time, at the slightest provocation, you claiming that you weren't mad or that they got mad at you. You're trying to be like, you're trying to be all like, you know, cool and collected and man has opinion and triggered the left. And you looked like this. You were upset. You can just say you were upset. You could just say you were mad. But that's okay.
Is this actually about opinion on video game? No, this has nothing to do with opinion on video game. This has everything to do with going after the far left sacred cow of gender ideology.
Wait, okay, hang on. Somebody in chat is trying to... Okay. Somebody in chat named Leafy is here archive is trying to make a really funny, cool point, and like they're spamming it or something. Hey, remember when certain gamers didn't want people playing a wizard game? Seems like those Jehovah's Witnesses videos hating that wizard toy. Also, the no pronouns mod is banned from Nexus. How free? Well, that is dumb, I guess, but I also don't know why you would make that mod. It is such a minor thing. It does speak to, like, you have to have something a little bit wrong with you to be upset this much about something that is not really a big deal, and, like, yeah, like, why would you mod that out? It's such a minor thing. It really is not bothering anybody or doing anything harmful at all. It's not a problem. But, like, yeah, no, I guess the mod should be there. That's fair. But I also don't get your fucking point. People playing a wizard game? Seems like people, yeah, hating the wizard toy. Yeah, I also think that people shouldn't have... I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, it's fair for them to fucking protest the game, I guess, but I think it's, you know, for relatively stupid reasons. I mean, yeah, that people should buy... I just said I wanted to play the Hogwarts game. I probably will. But it's also, he's like really not... He's really not... He's really kind of hypocritical about the whole thing, too, because, again, he made this whole stance during the Hogwarts protest thing, like, you shouldn't say that the game should be banned for the not blah 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 ideology, and now he's directly saying that you, like, should not, like, that you don't support the game bad because ideology. So I mean, I don't know about that. It's a weird. That's a weird comparison to make. Leafy is here archive, but I mean, I think I get your point. I think I get your point. Pronouns rise up. Who does the mod affect though? Why ban it if it's not a big deal? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't see why you'd ban the mod. It kind of I mean, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. Like the fucking pronoun thing in the game doesn't make a huge bunch of difference. It's like having a mod to remove the thing to ask your name. Like, it's not really that big of a deal, so why would you mod it out? But also, yeah, I guess why would you ban the mod? The mod, that doesn't itself do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people in chat who are trying to do like some kind of gotcha thing and be like, well, what about this? And I'm like, well, yeah, I know, that's also stupid. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know, but anyways. Jesus fucking Christ, holy God.
Hi everyone, it's Az here from Heel vs Babyface. This Friday just gone, we had the early access release for Starfield. Some people are loving it. Some people, not so much. Me personally, after 25 hours or so into the game, I'm struggling. I'll just be completely honest. When you're in a built-up area, some of it graphically can look very nice indeed. The gameplay is solid enough when you're actually doing something, but that's half the problem. I've found the explorative nature of this game exceedingly dull and boring. I've found the characters...
This is all reasons why I'm not playing it. This is all valid. Sure.
Is not remotely engaging, and the dialogue has a lot to be desired.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
But having an opinion on the...
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with that line specifically. It's fine. It's not funny or particularly amazing. It's kind of like a patrolling the Mojave makes you wish for a nuclear winter kind of line. Nothing too special.
Internet, well, heaven forbid anyone have one of those. But this video is...
Also, I want to point out that there was a guy in chat. I just want to shout out the guy who said something to the effect of, like, I forgot why I stopped watching you, Deadwing, and now this is why, and now you've reminded me. Is it because I had an opinion on the internet and God forbid someone have one of those? You know, this goes both ways, right? I mean, this man who's now trying to be smug about how it was just my opinion, bro. Like, well, it's just, this is also just my opinion, and that's why people are clowning on this guy, and I'm sorry that your opinion is different. It sounds like you're a pretty stupid person, though. So
about that, I'm not gonna treat you like you don't know what is actually going on. Towards the beginning of the...
This is the thing, there's like a weird conspiracy angle here. He starts to bring up how it's like... I don't know, yeah, like, this is in here because Soros wants it in here. That's not something he says, but there is this element of, like, what's really going on? What they don't want you to know. It's a little bit conspiratorial, as you might expect.
The game, the character creation, we were greeted with a pronoun option, so very current day of Bethesda, because it appears at some point during the last couple of years, Pete Hines seems to have forgotten what gender he is. Now,
yeah, and I mean, again, for a guy who is a dude who looks like a man and is dressed like a man and has the name Pete, yes, I will say that it is unnecessary for him to be this performative on Twitter and be all, yeah, I'm down with the struggle, homies, he, him. Like, this is very Pride Month, you know, yeah. In general, I don't think everybody in the fucking world needs to have pronouns in their bio. I really don't think that's necessary for everybody. But I also don't think you need to have a meltdown just because someone chooses to have that also, necessarily. I mean, yeah, I'll say it. If somebody comes along and they've got a giant beard and they're saying he, him, it's like, yeah, fucker, yeah, obviously. What do you... Nobody was... It's one of those things where it's like nobody was questioning this until you were like, oh, thank you, I didn't know. I didn't realize you were a he, him there, Pete. I had no way of I had no way of recognizing Uncle Pete was a he, him. There's absolutely no way I could have known that. Just zero way I could have known that. So I mean, I'll give you that, but it's also it's not really hurting anybody, and I mean, yeah, it's the whole meltdown is kind of, it's a little bit unnecessary.
Never mind. So I went on a little bit of a rant to my streaming audience because I was unhappy with the fact that in every aspect of our entertainment today, we seem to be pulled out because the people creating it are more concerned with inserting current day into absolutely everything.
You keep saying current day, and I feel so bad for what my era of the internet, which is to say, like, fucking Gamergate era, the whole era of like current year, you know, 2016, fucking all of the like Twitter argument, shitpost war, Anita Sarkeesian, Big Red shit. It's like, it's been so, this man has been mind rotten. Just like, he can't have a conversation without saying current day. Like, yeah, it's current day. It's the fucking... What do you expect? This game's gonna reflect the fucking values of the 50s? Yeah, it reflects the way things are currently. What do you want? Like, your problem isn't with the fucking game. your problem is with the way of things in society, and I guess that's you could feel that way, but it's like, yeah, of course it's gonna be, shit is gonna be made to fucking reflect the world that it's made in. Like, why are you surprised by that? Why do you keep saying current day? Like, again, and for it to be really current day, I mean, I guess it depends on your views. If that just literally means anything progressive, even slightly, then I guess that's fucking fine. But, my view was always like, yeah, don't shove it in our face. Don't make the whole fucking point of the Star Wars movie about how good feminism is or whatever. Like, don't do all of that. Don't do all of that stuff that they always do. And this isn't doing that. And he's still so upset about it.
Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG.
Just gonna show the clip of the video here, I mean, he shows a clip of him losing his mind over this too. And somebody in chat's talking about enabling delusions and everything, and I mean, like, I'm not getting into that, but I will say that this guy is pretty deluded in his own way. Not to be all whataboutism, but, he is fairly deluded. He seems to not understand the way things are made or why they're made, or again, the fact that this was a very simple... People are really losing their minds over this as if it's like something that spent like 6 months of dev time. Like, no, this probably took like 5 minutes for a fucking programmer to throw in, and it wasn't a big deal. And they didn't sell the game on it, and it's nothing. It's nothing to be upset about. Nobody would have even fucking known this was in the game before they bought it. If he wasn't shitting all over the place right now. If he wasn't pissing and shitting and coming.
Thing! Every single solitary fucking thing! No,
but he is screaming about it, and it's just ironic to me, because again, like, who is it that's making this all, political? Is it the guy that's screaming about it right now and won't shut up and keeps milking it and grifting and being all, oh, I triggered the left? Or is it the game that just included this as a thing silently and didn't, like, bother anybody with it, and like nobody asked, they didn't, again, there wasn't some social media campaign about how progressive the fucking game is. Who's politicizing it right now? Is it this guy or is it them? Because it really feels like it's this guy that's making this into a big deal and making this into a political statement, where before it was just like a random little option. Here he's got Hassan here, who, Hassan, I don't have a booing sound effect on the thing, but bruh. I do have that. You can do a little bruh, just a little bruh. Not a fan of Hassan, not somebody I like. But this guy is about to unfortunately, I have seen this video that that we're watching now. I've seen this. I saw the YMS coverage of it, and this video is about to unfortunately make me have to stand up for Hassan a little bit, which you're putting me in a very awkward position by making me have to defend a person I don't like, heel versus babyface, sir. Because I don't think that this guy is very good, but the argument he's about to make against Hassan is even worse than Hassan. So
I edited that down a little bit because of brevity. There were some pauses that I took out, but this was tweeted out by Hassan Piker after Dan Vask.
So there's like a fucking song here. I don't know why this is happening.
Had put the video out and it went a tinge viral. And he says, this weird British guy, oh, yeah, okay, fair enough, losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration for why we must bring back lobotomies. Well,
so is Hassan, to be fair. I mean, if you've ever watched his content, if you've ever seen a Hassan fan or talked to one, yeah, I mean, lobotomies, it's the way to go. But, well, yeah, I mean, losing his mind over it, it really is not something that they're enforcing or making a huge deal over. People seem to... That's another thing that people don't seem to understand, that it's not... When I say it's not a big deal, I don't even mean, like, it's not a big deal that there's trans stuff. I mean that, like, it's not a big element of the game at all. I mean, you just select, it's just a toggle. The same way that if you made your character female, you would have characters refer to you as she. You can just have characters refer to you as she. You can toggle that. It's like a cheat code in the game or whatever. Like if you played any video game before and you know, like that has that sort of thing, you can probably just enable that as a mod for like Skyrim or something. So the NPCs refer to you as like as a lady or as a guy or whatever. It's a minor thing. It's something that would have been modded in on day one anyways. It's like a really, really, really minor little thing. It's not something that's there's a ton of focus on. They don't spend hours talking about how like trans rights, blah blah blah. You don't see a bunch of shit. It's just that. It's just a very small thing, and I don't see why that's such a problem. I mean, I don't know.
Don, at least
it's not even about like, it's not even really about like trans stuff even. You can just, again, it's just an option to have as a gamer, as an epic gamer. You're able to pick how you represent your character. Maybe you want to make a lady with an afro and have people call her a he. You know, like you want to make like some kind of like wacky, funny character who's like, you know, got some giant clown nose and like whatever. You want to do something and you got just a little bit more of an option to do that, I guess. You know, like it's not even, you don't even have to view it as like a progressive thing. It's just an option. It's again, it's like being able to wear clothes for either gender. Like it's not a huge deal for the programmers to put it in. It's not really saying a whole lot about society. It's just more options for like expressing yourself in the game, and not even like lay epic gender expression, but just like just expressing how you, I've played the game 3 times, maybe this time I want to do something weird. I want to play like a weird character, you know, who's like, you know, got backwards pronouns and blah 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 blah, whatever. You know, you can call her, you can even call her a transformer, which is a term that he uses later. You can do all of that. It lets you be transphobic if you want to be, you know, if you really want to. You can really make someone who's like super ugly and looks like, you know, whatever, and you can be super rude. It enables that as an option if you want it to be, frankly. So what's the problem? I don't see the problem.
Would be able to lobotomize me. You, however, I don't think they would actually find enough brain cells. And if you don't know who this guy is, let me introduce you to him. So
I said that I was going to have to stick up for Hassan here, and that is because while these clips that he is playing here are a highlight reel of Hassan Piker being an idiot, and I probably don't agree with anything he's saying here, and generally this is probably a very good example of why Hassan is an idiot, it is also just a complete failing of your argument to just be like, well, this guy said this. Well, this is what he said before. He's bad, so you shouldn't listen to him. Like, it's just a really disingenuous, I don't know, thing. Like, yeah, I guess it's fair to be like, yeah, Hassan is stupid, fine, but, I mean, you can't defend yourself, you just have to attack Hassan here? Like, come on now. I really don't want to have to give Hassan the dub. But Hassan is getting the dub right now by means of you just not being able to fucking argue with the guy or say anything to like actually defend yourself. You're just like playing a highlight reel of him being an idiot, and like, yeah, that's fair, but does that absolve you and your stupidity or like, no?
So you said America deserved 9/11.
Ad hominem moment.
Yeah.
And that other person that he was being interviewed by was his uncle.
Yeah, no, the spammers in chat. Like, the people... Yeah, there's spammers. I wasn't noticing that. That's cool. The people that are spamming, like... You understand you can make your point with one point, like one post. You don't... If you keep... I mean, I put you in timeout, you'll come back. If you do it again, you get banned. But, like, you know, you can make your point... And if people aren't taken to it, then spamming it is really not the way. I just can't imagine how people think that that's going to make you feel... Like, I'm just imagining being that guy right now and being like, well, this'll really convince him. I just won't shut up about my thing. I didn't even read. It was something about the Nexus sites. Yeah, they're probably fucking woke, and they probably have, like, an agenda. What do you want from me? I'm not even arguing that. There is an argument that is happening that I'm not even having. Like, yeah, you're probably right. They removed the mod. They probably shouldn't have. It really doesn't seem like it should have been removed. It's just it doesn't seem like it really affects much either fucking way. This is such a ado about nothing. Yeah, they probably shouldn't have removed the mod. What the fuck do you want from me? I said that like 3 times. Why are you... You know what? Actually, you are banned. No, you know what? Actually, you're banned. You know what? View deleted message? No. Yeah, you're banned. Yeah, you... Fuck you. Specifically, fuck you, actually. Because I said that like 3 times. I said like 3 times that the mod shouldn't have been banned. I said that the fucking mod shouldn't have been banned. Like 3 times. And you're spamming my chat? Fuck you. Fuck you. Eat shit and die. Fuck you. Get lost. Fuck you. Discipline the spammers. It shows you how much you love them. Yeah. No, I already said that the fucking mod shouldn't have been banned. Yes, you should have the option to fucking remove the pronoun thing. Yes, that doesn't affect anybody, whatever, who gives a shit. Moderate the comments if people are being weird, if you really have to, but leave the mod up. Yes, I agree. Stop spamming. Stop stealing! Jesus fucking Christ. What an idiot. Oh, that'll really sell me on your fucking opinion. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is the same fucking thing. It's like people in the chat are like are even like proving it. We're like, yeah, this is just how it was, but the opposite. Like fucking 8 years ago. Just people like, yeah, no, yeah, just call everybody who doesn't vote for Hillary Clinton a basket of deplorables. That's good. Yeah, no, that's good. That really makes me want to be on your side. Totally. Yeah, I'm gonna vote for fucking you. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah, just be a fucking obnoxious piece of shit cunt. That's right. That's what everybody needs. That's what everybody needs, and it'll really draw people to your side. Spam the chat some more. Fuck you.
And that other person that he was being interviewed by was his uncle, Cenk Uygur. Let's see what Cenk Uygur has to say about certain things, shall we?
If I were the ruler...
like, you are now just... This is so fucking unrelated to anything in this video. The whole thing is about Starfield pronouns. Hassan made a joke about you, so what do? You don't defend your take on Starfield pronouns. You attack Hassan, which is at least that's just an ad hominem on the guy you're talking to, or talk to you, or whatever. At least that's something. Now you're just going out of your way to go after Cenk Uygur, which, again, I don't like Cenk Uygur, but what does this have to do with anything? Like... What does this have to do with anything? What is going on?
Benevolent dictator of the world. I would legalize bestiality where you are giving...
I really don't want to have to give Hassan and Cenk the fucking dub while he's talking about legalizing bestiality or whatever the fuck, but by virtue of just this guy being unable to fucking defend his point, what are you doing? You've made Hassan look so much more reasonable. What is this? Why are you... Oh,
your pleasure.
I really don't want to have to... Heartbreaking. The worst person you know has made a good point. This guy is a weird, angry British man who may or may not be a good argument for lobotomies.
You see what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Why?
He's pointing out that the people criticizing him are insane. Well, arguably you could say that about the fucking... Hassan thing, fine. What does this have to do with anything? This is just some guy who... He isn't even... Like, this is his uncle, I guess, okay? Okay? What does this have to do with Starfield? Arguably, you can say that about the Hassan thing. Like, okay, sure, yeah, point out that Hassan, it's still, like, yeah, point out that your opponents are crazy. That's still not a good argument. You're still not defending your own points. You still shouldn't argue, like, automatically jump to attacking the other side. But, like, what is this? What is this? What does Cenk even have to fucking do with this?
How did that happen?
I don't know, Cenk. Maybe it had something to do with the, I don't know, fucking animals part. What the hell is wrong with your family, dude? So needless to say that I'm pretty okay with having a conflicting opinion to somebody like Hassan. But this isn't just about pronouns, that's the
none of this like, you can play as many clips of fucking what's-his-name as you want. It doesn't change that you were a weirdo online. Like, yeah, great. I mean, good, like, even the guy in chat who's like, he's pointing out the people who are criticizing him are insane. Alright, fine, but you can do that after you defend yourself. Like, if you point out why you're right, and then say, and by the way, speaking of this guy, like, you can still do that if you want to, but to make this your very first response and first comeback, first argument is, yeah, but this guy though, like, okay, fine, so there's 3 fucking idiot retards on the internet, great. Wow, I thought there was a lot more. Apparently there's just these 3.
This argument that people want to latch onto. So
Everyone
that you don't talk about the gender ideology and the intersectionality that's been rammed into every single solitary facet of our entertainment, from video games to TV.
You think that he defended his points in the rant? You think that rant was him defending his points? Oh, okay, so you're just an idiot. Alright, well, that's fair. They're invading every facet of our entertainment. And I mean, again, I don't know how to communicate. Like, yeah, I get it. When I am seeing shit like the Saints Row remake or whatever, and it's like super woke. Like, yes, that really is annoying. I feel you. But I gotta tell you, anybody in chat who's on this guy's side, I want you to know that there are elements to, you know, this guy's points and points he's probably made before, and points that people like him who support him have probably made. There's an element to the anti-wokeness side of things that I don't disagree with. And this guy is making it all look really dumb and invalid. It's the same I've said before, where if you're like one of these fucking idiots on Twitter that won't shut up about racism is blah 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 and fat phobia and blah blah blah, and everything is like a political issue for you, and everything is like some shit to get worked up over, and we need to ban white people from using this hairstyle in fucking Animal Crossing or whatever. That is making, like, that is making your whole thing look worse. Anybody who ever acknowledges how gun-shy I am sometimes when I'm like, yeah, it does come off across as a little bit racist, because I don't want to look like the fucking people that are screaming about this shit on Twitter. Because every once in a while, you know what? Every once in a while, some shit is racist, and every once in a while, some shit is woke and stupid and annoying and bad. There are points that this guy has made where, yeah, they do shove things into every facet of our entertainment. That's not what this is, though. That isn't what this is. There are plenty of things that you can point to where you can go, how could they have done this again? There are so many things, like, even if you want to argue about the fucking Barbie movie, it's like, at least that's something. This is not what this is. This is so far removed from what this is. I just, it's muddying the waters of the point that he makes that sometimes is valid. When you do look at things like the fucking Ghostbusters movie or the Charlie's Angels 2019 or any of these movies where they're, you know, being super woke and girls are getting it done and everything, and they're doing all this cool, super cool Disney diversity Hollywood performative shit. That's happening, that's out there, that's in gaming, that is happening. And that is annoying, and a lot of the time that is just, again, performative bullshit. But that's not what this is! And screaming about this like a little baby on the internet just makes anything you say look stupid. It just makes your whole point look stupid. It just makes anybody who sounds even remotely like you look like an idiot by association. Everybody is dumber for this guy having spoken on the internet about this. Because now everybody who is even remotely on his side looks dumb. Just looks real dumb. Even when they might have a point, they look dumb because of this guy now. Even when somebody is fucking correct in pointing out that something is racist or sexist or blah blah blah-ist and phobic, they look fucking dumb half the time because because at the face of it, it just looks like another person, TW, racism, sexist, like just another fucking tweet for the pile that's like some cringy idiot high schooler with too much time on their hands, you know, like, yes, he is making everybody who agrees with him look stupider. Holy shit. Even as this is what's so frustrating, is the fucking absolutism and the people that are, God, you have to acknowledge that this guy is a fucking idiot, a fucking moron, and even if you agree with the points that he's trying to make, he is not making them well, and he is making the whole fucking argument look as dumb as it can be.
Film, comics, etc., etc.
Listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was.
Now he's getting into a whole thing because there's also a character in the game. Oh yeah, I forgot. The game is woke. There is also a character in the game who is like now she's a female. She is a clone of a guy or something, and I guess that's woke. And it's like, that's so much less woke than Jadzia Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine. Remember back when Star Trek was good, when everybody says that before it was woke? Yeah, Jadzia Dax is like 10 times more fucking woke and trans rights than this character the fuck is. This is just some stupid shit. This is nothing. He's about to, like, scream about this.
The UC's actually the only reason I'm here in the first place.
Yeah.
I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the...
He's having, like, a fucking meltdown over this. She's a clone of a man. This is not new. Starfield didn't invent this. It's been done in other science fiction for fucking decades. I mean, the one that immediately comes to mind that's sort of similar is Dax from Star Trek, but I think, like, Dune has done stuff like this. Fucking, I think there's, like, a Blade Runner thing that's kind of like this. Like, this is not new. This guy's having a fucking conniption fit over this as if this is... They're current daying us! Yeah, they really current date us back in 1994 in fucking Deep Space Nine, didn't they? Yeah.
Former head of the UC.
Now, did I have that?
This is an old school sci-fi cliche. This is not a big. It is legitimately not a new thing. It's not current daying. You can like this guy is the same as those people who like, you know, a character will show up on screen and they'll go, oh, they're transcoded. Oh, they represent me. And it's like out of nowhere, and there's not really much provocation for it, and like you really assign a lot of like, oh, that character's definitely gay because blah blah blah, and because I want them to be, and that would be good for me, and like you're reading way too much into it. And this guy is like, yeah, you can kind of look at that as trans, I guess. It's just a future clone thing, I guess. If you want to view that as trans, as a trans thing, okay, that's fine. But, like, yeah, it's just, he's making such a big deal about pronouns and trans stuff in a way that I thought we weren't supposed to. I thought it wasn't supposed to be a big deal. I thought we didn't want to current day people and talk about this stuff. And, like, you are interpreting stuff that is barely even there and turning it into current daying and politics and all this shit.
Reaction because I'm a nasty, naughty transformophobia. No, I had that reaction.
And it's like, yeah, as YMS pointed out. Again, watch if you want more of a reaction to this, the YMS coverage of this video is pretty good. He did this video and the original Meltdown, and then we've got another video coming up too that's just from today talking about this. If you can't even say transphobia, like, I don't know, you have to say transformer phobia. Like, you can't even stomach saying the word. I don't know, you might just... I know that, like, why do you care necessarily? Like, can't you just acknowledge that you are, you know? Like, it's the same thing that I get there. We've seen this so many times, the people that are like, oh no, I'm definitely not racist, blah, blah, blah. I'm definitely not this or that. It's like you could just say that you are, and we'd be, like, I would be so much more okay with it if you weren't, like, tap dancing around it. If you just were like up front and were just like, yeah, I'm transphobic, I don't like blah blah blah, and you just said that, it's like, okay, at least you're honest about yourself. At least you're not like tap dancing around this. Oh, none, definitely not. Even though I'm nasty, naughty transformer Like, yeah, you kind of are, and I guess, and like if you want to be, I guess that's fine. Nobody is. I mean, it's not necessarily fine, you know, it's kind of not a good mindset to have, but, like, you know, nobody's gonna, like, force you to not be that way. But, like, you can just acknowledge that you are, and it's like, what is, like, why are you lying to yourself? Yeah, you are transphobic, and that's fine if you are. You know, you should probably, maybe, I don't know, talk to some people and maybe, like, I don't know, learn some things about the world a little bit. But, like, if that's the thing that you feel, okay, that's fine. That's fine. Why are you lying to yourself about that? And to us, like, are you just assuming you're going to be canceled? Everybody already knows that you feel this way. Like, if you just admit it, I think people will have, like, a little more respect for you. Because you're at least not cowering behind this, oh no, I'm definitely not, I'm not, I can't even say the fucking word. Like, and I'm having a fucking brain meltdown because this is, like, even remotely touched on in a game that's set in the fucking future. Like, you just say that you are. Just say that you're transphobic, it's fine. What is the problem? Just say it. Just admit it, and I will have... I and a lot of other people, I think, will have more respect for you if you just admit that. But for some reason, you're, like, lying about it and claiming that you're not. And it's like, I don't get why you have to, like, lie about that. Just say that you're transphobic. Like, you clearly don't have, like, much respect for that as a concept or whatever. So what do you care to admit it to your audience that you're transphobic? Who gives a shit? You don't respect that, so just say it. Like, the people that would criticize you and complain about you saying that already view you that way. So why don't you just admit it? Like, I don't get it. Why are you afraid to admit it? What are you, like, afraid of how the left views you or something? Like, they already view you that way, so why can't you just fucking acknowledge what you are? That's fine. Like, it's not, you know, whatever, it's not acceptable. It's not a good mindset. It's not like I'm trying to condone, you know, hateful whatever, but I'm just saying, like, you can just acknowledge that. Like, I don't know, this whole, like, tap dancing around this, like, you can't just be truthful with yourself. I don't know.
Because it was so obvious, because we're dealing with current day gaming company. In actual fact, you could go far as to say we're dealing with current day entertainment in the West. Then we have The Act Man, a React channel that has 1.8 million subscribers, getting mad because a person reacted to a game. By the way, this person recently being cancelled, having his YouTube...
Okay, this is actually really funny to do this on this stream too, because I think a lot of people joined in because we're looking at this now, and maybe you missed the stream that we were just doing before this, where we were looking at a bunch of children propaganda from channels that were directed at you know, God-fearing kids like Jehovah's Witnesses and shit like that. And I don't know, I just there's a lot of people in chat who are doing the whole "but my kids, the transition," blah, 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 as if that's, like, actually that big of a deal, really. I mean, yeah, there's Goon Clown, but it's like, I really don't think that that's the biggest fucking problem in the whole entire world. And I don't know why everybody has taken it upon themselves to make themselves the moral crusader of children's rights or whatever the fuck. Okay. And that's fine, though, you know, but it's like, it's just interesting when you're, like, complaining about them trying to trans the kids, and then we spent a full few hours looking at videos of people just straight up propagandizing to children, lying to them, giving them false views about the world, and giving them weird fucked up viewpoints about how to live and how to be your... Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people here would probably agree with some of the PragerU videos for kids, and think that that's great for kids, but, like... Well, there you go. I guess you're an idiot, but yeah, no. If you want to talk about, like, but my kids and they're doing this to the kids, well, they are actively teaching a lot of, like, lies and stuff like that in schools and such now. At least in Florida. So it does. I mean, it is, again, it's whataboutism and stuff, and that sort of thing. But it is just funny, specifically on this stream, for people to be coming in and talking about this. And also there was a guy who's like, wait, not wanting pronouns in bio makes you transphobic? Well, people have called me transphobic because of the stuff I've said on this stream. Like, I don't think it's necessary for somebody like me, who is clearly and obviously a man and has, like, a male voice and a male, like, name and everything. I don't need to have he, him in my fucking bio. Like, yeah, that's stupid. People have called me transphobic because I don't call Chris Chan she, her, or they, them, or whatever, because I call him a he. People have called me transphobic plenty of times. I agree that people throwing that term around, they do so unnecessarily, and as a result, when you call somebody like this who is displaying this kind of behavior, who is actively displaying the behavior of being like afraid, like he feels afraid of trans people, and like whatever progress in that direction is being made, he is afraid of this, and he's livid, he's upset, he's angry. It's transphobia. I don't see why he doesn't acknowledge that, and for me to point that out is like, it's viewed as cringe because so many people do go, oh, but that's transphobic. Oh my god, you can't misgender Christian. Oh my god. Yeah, no, those people fucking suck too. Those people are also cringe. Those people are also lame at cringe and will lose subscriber. That's also lame. They have, again, muddied the waters of when somebody comes along and is actually just demonstrating behavior that is a certain type of thing. You point that out and it makes you look like an idiot because so many people fucking cry wolf over nothing these days. Just like he is doing now. Just like what he is doing now. He is crying wolf about a very small issue and making it a huge deal. He's made multiple videos and streams about it. And he's acting like, oh, the internet canceled me and all this blah, 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 blah. Just like he's doing now over a fucking option in a game where it's no real attention is drawn to it. Again, not making a big deal. They aren't selling the game on it. There aren't articles about it. Fucking Todd Howard isn't going out there and saying, this is our most progressive game ever. We stand for equality, and posting trans flags. It's just an option in a fucking game, and it's the most minor thing, and he's making a giant deal about it, and it's making everybody else who thinks that sometimes media can be a little bit too current day, a little too current year, a little too woke, girls get it done, a little too man bad, have to denigrate men so that women look better, have to denigrate white people so that whatever other people look better, blah, 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 that kind of thing. That's happening. And to point that out now makes you look like this fucking soy jack. To point out something like that happening now, you will look like this fucking guy. You will look like this fucking clown. You will look like you will go on Twitter and you will say, hey, I actually think it is a little weird the way that they're recasting whatever movie and you know, actually, like, okay, here's an example. I've made this point before. Here's my heel versus babyface moment. Here we go. Cancel me, leftist mob. All right, they cast a black woman to play Aviendha in Wheel of Time. The Aviendha is an Aiel. The Aiel are supposed to be pale-skinned people with red hair. She is a black woman. She is a somewhat light-skinned black woman, but it is still a very strange casting decision from a show that has continually shown poor casting decisions. And, sorry, there was a thing here. Apologies. Thank you, Natalie. I'll get to reading some of those in a bit. I'm gonna read some when we're done with this video. We're gonna have another video after this one, but yeah, they cast a black woman to play Aviendha, which is kind of a really dumb decision, and it screams of just. And the Wheel of Time show has continually done this thing where they just, every location they go in season 1, they go across the world throughout the, like, basically across the world from like sort of the middle west area to the very north toward the Blight, where like it's like the end of the world basically. And across the whole journey, everywhere they go, everybody is generically diverse and looks the same. Everybody is like, you know, there's a black guy, there's a brown guy, there's a white guy, there's a you know, and everybody just looks like everybody came from everywhere, all comers from all corners of the fucking globe. And it makes no fucking sense, especially in that universe, because in that universe, people actually come from places, and those places are based on real-world locations because of lore reasons and shit. It makes a little more sense in something like One Piece, where that sort of thing isn't discussed as much. The main Straw Hats all have like the ethnicities of each cast member were specific to like which, you know, each character as Oda sees them. But like the actual world that is lived in, like it's just kind of everybody everywhere, and that's fine. That's the world that's set up for. So it's okay to see whatever type of person anywhere in One Piece, because there's no reason for them not to be. In Wheel of Time, that struck me as just like a wokeness decision. They also did the same thing with the fucking the dragon prophecy thing, where the whole concept of the series is based around the gendered male and female magic systems that are different from one another, and how the male half of the magic system is tainted by, like, Satan, basically, Shaitan. And the second coming of, like, the Messiah, the dragon reborn, is going to be a man who can channel, which is going to cause, like, breaking of the world, fucking earthquakes and horrible shit. Everybody around him will die. And that's, like, the point of the drama of the whole fucking series. And instead of that, they decide, oh, you know, it might be one of the girls, too. It could be Egwene. It might be Nynaeve. It might even be Moiraine, who came to look for them. Might be any one of the women. Who knows? It could be any of them. It makes no fucking sense. And it's all just in the service of this, like, liberal woke mob ideology. Fucking pronouns! And so, like, for me to go off on that, I now look like this guy. If I said any of that on Twitter, I'd have people spam me with this guy's fucking Wojak. Of this guy just, like, looking like a fucking freak screaming about some stupid shit. Like, there are reasons to complain about this shit sometimes. Sometimes it's valid. Sometimes it's perfectly fucking valid to complain about this shit. Sometimes they are putting this into our media, and they are doing it in a ham-fisted way, and they're doing it to drive home an agenda, and it's like, and you're seeing it, and you can see them when they're driving. And you can point that out. You can point that out. But you will look like a moron now because of people like this guy. You will look like a fucking idiot because of people like this guy. And so all the people in chat who think that they're, like, on this guy's side, or think that I'm being left-wing-dork, I guess maybe you're right a little bit. I guess that's fair a little bit. But you don't understand that the point that you think you're fucking making is... it's really not making you guys look good. This is the basket of deplorables type of fucking thing. It's like you really think you're making a point against the people that disagree with you, and you're not. You are not. This is not it. This is just not it. You are just driving people to laugh at you and to criticize you, this type of thing even more.
Channel demonetized / pulled down because he was attacked for having an opinion about something and exercising his right to do so. Now, he's actually jumping on that bandwagon to attack somebody who is exercising their right to have an opinion. I
mean, but like, attack somebody, like, but what? Like, it's a Twitter post. That's the other thing. It's this persecution complex. People are acting like this is, like, the fucking end of the world, like they're trying to get this guy canceled or something. I don't think anybody really is. Nobody really cares. They just think you're an idiot. Nobody's trying to get you, like, excommunicated from the fucking Brotherhood of Man. To wander lonely as a puzzled anagram. Nobody's trying to do that to you, buddy. I don't think so. There's probably a couple fucking, like, egg accounts who are like, we need to cancel him. Like, that's probably happening a little, but no, the Act Man is not doing that. Hassan isn't even doing that. What do you mean he's attacking you for having an opinion? This is his fucking opinion. What do you mean, you fucking brainlet? He's attacking me for having an opinion! So now you're attacking him for having an opinion. Great, good, full circle. It's just like how Columbus enslaved the fucking savages by being less savage than them or something. Watch the rest of the stream. We did a whole stream. Yeah, you're attacking him for his fucking opinion. I thought you don't... What? Excuse me? You are the opinion basher. And this user, frankly, should be... I don't know, man. I don't know, man. How can you not see the hypocrisy in that?
Yes, turnaround is fair play, hey? Don't worry about the hypocrisy of it, dude. You do you.
Oh, man, that's embarrassing. Bro, you are actively criticizing this guy's opinion of your opinion, and now I'm criticizing your opinion, and you're gonna call that an attack on your opinion. No, it's an opinion. They're all just fucking opinions. These are all known as opinions. None of this matters, you fucking bald cunt!
Tweet starts off with gorilla-shaped man, which, by the way, I can't take any other way than a compliment, in silverback, baby. On the verge of crying.
Seriously, are you normal?
We've already had to go into a lie because you want to embellish your inverted commas argument.
Someone says you attacked his family. Who attacked his family? What did I do? Did I do that? Did I do that? When did I attack his family? How did I attack them? With rocks or like sticks, or like did I take a gun? How did was I in the laboratory with the candlestick? When did I attack the family? Oh, that was a joke. Okay, that was a joke. I didn't know. I didn't know. I couldn't tell. Sorry, I got trolled. No, I'm not sure who. I'm not sure. Well, also, Quantum. I mean, he's trying to make a point about the Act Man and all this stuff about the Act Man. Like, his demonetization thing happened, and all of this happened because of Quantum TV. This has nothing to do with this situation. He wasn't canceled for having an opinion, for one thing. That wasn't what happened. Actman, these two situations are not at all alike in the slightest. Actman was demonetized because his fucking channel was randomly attacked after he made a joke video about a guy's fucking Elden Ring opinion. Like, that guy is the one who had the opinion. And then Actman made fun of that, which was his opinion. And then Quantum TV evidently has people who work at YouTube or something who got his channel, like demonetized. And, like, yeah, that has nothing... They are not the same situation at all. I don't know why he's even trying to compare these two at all. And he's talking in this post, Actman is, about how his brother was doxxed, and like his mom was phoned, and you know, all of this stuff, and like they phoned his, I think, his spouse and everything, and this has nothing at all to do with him having an opinion on the internet. Why is he even trying to make this point? Like, he's really trying to, like, the hypocrisy of that dude. You are being a hypocrite by attacking him, with quote unquote attacking him, the same way he's attacking you for having your opinion. You are the hypocrite for like condemning him for having an opinion about your opinion. He's not a hypocrite because these situations aren't the fucking same at all. Wow, what an idiotic... Wow.
An opinion about something and exercising his right to do so. Now, he's actually jumping on that bandwagon to attack somebody who is exercising their right to have an opinion. I guess turnaround is fair play, hey? Don't worry about the hypocrisy of it, dude. You do you. So as
this one guy in chat who just really supports this guy is like, Claw is so far off the mark. Why am I off the mark? Explain it to me in one chat post, please. Go ahead. Write me an essay real quick about why I'm wrong. Why I'm wrong that this man who's screaming and malding, I guess he already malded years ago, but screaming and malding over like a minor option. Why is that? Why am I off the mark that that's a little bit unreasonable? Or specifically right now where I'm talking about how he is actively misrepresenting the situation with the Actman. You can literally see on the screen as he's saying he was attacked for having an opinion. No, he wasn't. He was attacked for all of these reasons. And a bunch of other stuff that's not mentioned here. It's not that at all. He is, like, on the screen currently lying. Or just, again, stupid or lying. Take your pick. That's my favorite catchphrase on the channel. Are you stupid or are you lying? Where is it? Where's my thing? He's saying that Actman is not giving him the same leeway as he would have wanted. But it's not the same situation, though. He doesn't deserve the same leeway. I mean, he does, though, but, like... Actman would have fucking... God, this is so fucking dumb. Actman's original whole thing that started this was making a video about some guy's fucking Elden Ring critique that was really dumb and bad, and was a bad opinion. Because sometimes opinions can also just be bad, also, and just wrong. Like, opinions can just be wrong. And Quantum TV was saying a bunch of stuff about Elden Ring, and it was stupid. And Actman said that was stupid. He attacked his opinion. Like, the first shot across the bow was Actman attacking someone's opinion, if you really want to look at it that way. So what hypocrisy? This is just acting in line with the way he started this, in that if you really want to view it that way, as attacking someone's opinion. Actman attacked Quantum TV's opinion, and then his opinion got attacked by Quantum TV. And now he's attacking his opinion, and now I'm attacking your opinion. And everybody's opinions are under attack, and everybody is just so persecuted by the woke left mob. What do you mean, like, granting him the same leeway? It's a different situation! You don't get the same leeway! What the fuck?
Oh, now he's actually jumping on that bandwagon to attack somebody who is fair play. Starts off with gorilla-shaped man, which, by the way, I can't take any other way than a compliment in Silverback, baby. On the verge of crying, we've already had...
He's a gorilla mindset. He takes that as a compliment that he looks like a gorilla. Oh, okay. I guess so. Alright. You know, you do you. Kind of a Michael Chiklis look, sure.
Had to go into a lie because you want to embellish your inverted commas argument. Shouty man.
No, and the fact that this guy is such a pretentious cunt, too, is what's making this a problem for me, is, like, him acting like, all like, that's not an argument, actually! Like, trying to be all fucking actually, and it's like, this is some of the worst arguing I've ever seen in my life. Like, to the point where you're actively arguing against yourself in, like, you'll say something and then be showing something on the screen that is refuting what you're fucking saying. This is unbelievable how bad of an argument you are putting up here. You haven't even really begun to defend your point, actually. You're just like, you just keep going, wah, 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 I'm being attacked, someone made a tweet about me, wah! Fucking shut up, baby man, you look like a fucking baby.
Yes. Ranty man, yes. Angry man, yes. Crying, no. Just say it how it is.
On the verge of crying. On the verge of crying. Yeah, you weren't crying. You were not crying. He didn't say you were crying. He said you were on the verge of crying. You looked like you were... Does he or does he not look like he's on the verge of tears at this point? His eyes are moist. His eyes are moist. Like, come on. You don't even... That's not even a bad thing. You can just say that you were, like, really impassioned. Like, again, I would have so much more respect for this fucking person if he would just say, yes, I am transphobic. I am heels versus babyface, and I am transphobic, and I do not agree with this, and I do not want this in games, blah, blah, blah. And he is giving an impassioned rant, and, like, you know what? I don't agree with it. That's fine. At least he's, like, honest with, like, his beliefs or whatever, but he's, like, trying to fucking keep, like, call me a fucking centrist. Call me a fence sitter. This guy is fully fucking balls deep in transphobia and being kind of a dickhead and being kind of clearly afraid of this scenario and, like, afraid of it and angry about it and raging about it and everything. And he can't admit that to himself or to others. Maybe he does admit it to himself, but he won't admit it to others. He could just say that he is. I guess he won't have a YouTube channel if he does. So it's grifting a little bit. I mean, that's ultimately, you're not being true. You're politically lying about your motivations. Like, people have called me a grifter before, too, because they come in here and they claim that they know me based on what I think and feel, and I guess that's what I'm doing here. But you are clearly demonstrating a behavior that is inarguable, that whatever your definition is, the actual definition of the, like, phobia term is, like, fear and occasionally, like, anger or whatever, like, you know, like how it's the sort of modern definition of something like homophobia doesn't just mean fear, it can mean dislike of these people, general wariness of these people, that sort of thing. So it's like, yeah, by that definition, you are. And you can't just acknowledge that, and I don't understand why that's a problem for you. Like, I would genuinely be like, well, at least this is a guy who just, you know, he's saying what he believes. You know, he's saying what he believes, but I have so little respect for this guy, because he's not... If he was just willing to be on Kick or whatever and just be saying his fucking opinion, it's like, all right, well, that's how he feels. I don't agree, and it's kind of stupid, but, you know, he has the right to say it. Again, I am not out here saying the guy should be fucking canceled. I don't even think he should be canceled off of YouTube. I say he should be on Kick. I'm like, yeah, they might ban you or whatever, I guess, if you say that. hypothetically, because YouTube is kind of, you know, corporate and everything is woke and everything. But like, you know, if you had to, if you really believed in your fucking convictions and everything, you would just go to Kick or wherever you had to and just be yourself and just be honest with yourself. And like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And this whole thing about like, oh, but I wasn't crying. No, you were on the verge of tears because you're very impassioned about this. And that's okay. You can be. Nobody's saying you shouldn't be. They're laughing at you for being so upset over what's ultimately a very minor thing. I mean, yeah, you know, the trans thing, that's a bigger debate, sure. But this specific thing, the pronoun selection in Starfield, even in the game, let alone in the grand scheme of life, in the game, it is a minor thing. It is a very minor selection that affects very little, to the point where you could probably argue that the game doesn't do enough with it, you know, like it's just kind of a meaningless little thing that they throw in there, you know, at least from what I've heard. I don't know, I haven't played it, not interested in playing the game, but I don't think I have heard that it does not do very much with it at all. And so he's making such a huge deal about this. He can just say that it's because he doesn't like trans people. That's fine. He doesn't support that, whatever. Sure. Not gonna, don't necessarily agree with it, but he could just say that. But he's not going to. He's gonna claim that he isn't, and he's not transformer-phobic, and he's definitely not crying. I wasn't really that upset, guys. I wasn't that upset. Bro, you were on the verge of tears, like Ackman says here. You were not crying. You were on the verge of crying. Because you are very impassioned about this, and that's okay. But be honest about why that passion is there. Because this is not it, you know?
If you feel comfortable with his position, why lie? Because Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game and then is never brought up again. Well, if it's never brought up again, why do you even have to pick the pronouns? And you would have a better point of...
Why do you have to pick the pronouns? Because it's an option. Why do you have to pick your hair color? Why do you have to pick anything? Why do you have to pick what type of character you play as in the game? Like, why do you have to do anything? Why did you have to play the game? What do you even fucking mean? Why do you have to pick the fucking... Because it's an option. Because it's a little thing that they programmed in 5 minutes that took up no time to make or anything. It got in the way of nothing else. They just put that in and it did nothing. And maybe it made a couple people happy and maybe it made you really upset for some reason, but like it's just an option. Like it's just an option for how to express your character in a way. You can you really can tell me how this is different than hair color ultimately. Or anything, like what clothes you can wear. Why am I allowed to, you know, have dialogue options in this game? That's stupid. That character is potentially saying things that I don't agree with. That goes against my ideology. Like
argument here, if the game allowed you to skip the pronoun nonsense, what are your pronouns? Skip.
And somebody says they are... Somebody says pronouns aren't forced. It gives you a default option. So you don't ever have to select anything. So yeah, this guy EJB, this is the actual issue. Why did they put the pronouns in? They could have left it out or made it optional, but it's a forced action. Well, I'm hearing that it's not forced. Again, I haven't played the game, but conflicting reports are saying that it's like a default, it just defaults. I mean, I think it probably does. If I had to guess without context, it probably will ask you, and then it defaults to the, like, already he, him, if you're, like, a guy or whatever. Like, it probably defaults to that, and you just, like, button mash through it. Like, again, why is it a problem to have the option? Why did they put the pronouns in? They could have left it out or made it optional, but it's a forced action. It's forced to pick your character's name. Why am I allowed to name my character? Oh, because I want to be able to express my character and make them like me. I want to make an original character that's the way I want them to be. Why am I allowed... Why do they force you to pick your character's hair? What? That's not... Yeah, because it's a fucking option, dude.
Because the game understands that when you've picked the male character, you have male pronouns. And when you pick the female character, you have female pronouns.
Yeah, okay, that's cool, and you can do that, and that's definitely an option. And from what it sounds like, that's default, so that's fine. What do you mean though? Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I guess he's saying that it should be common sense that. Assuming his argument here, this is just me assuming, making an ass out of you and me. I think what he's saying is it should be common sense. Why should you even have to ask? Obviously, the man is going to have male pronouns and the woman female pronouns. And I guess that's the point. And it's like it's common sense. I would say that the slightly more agreeable version of this take that I have kind of agreed with in the past is the switch from, like, male-female to, like, body type A, body type B. I find that really annoying. Like, that is something where it's like, okay, come on now. Just call... This is clearly the male option and clearly the female option. You're not fooling anybody. Why are you even calling it, like, body type A and B? That's fucking stupid. Like, that is kind of the version of what he's saying that I think I could maybe align with. Like, yeah, that's a common sense. Like, obviously that's just male and female, so just fucking call it that. But again, this is just an option. That's different, where that's, like, replacing the words male and female as if it's no longer acceptable to be a man or a woman. Like, I can see where you could maybe interpret things with that, you know? This is just an option. It's just the same as picking your name or something. It's not a... And it is just something like... Yeah, if you want to be... it's like if you're playing New Vegas and you have the option as a guy, let's say as a guy or as a woman, but as a guy you have the option to either be... confirmed bachelor, so you get, like, you are essentially you're gay. You have, like, interactions, you're able to have interactions with men, like you can fuck, no, I think if you're able to have interactions with men, you're only able to fuck Benny if you're a woman and you have Black Widow. That's what it is. But then there's also, like, Cherchez la femme, I think, is, like, the other version of that. So it's kind of a similar thing to that, of just, like, do you want to role play a little bit as that? It's not forcing you into, like, gender fucking neo-pronouns or any weird, wacky, like, Twitter, like, TikTok shit. It is just allowing you to, like, oh, maybe for this character I want to play as a woman, but, whatever, I'll have people call me a man, sure. Like, for instance, I have a character that's in a story that I'm writing. It's a woman who inherits, at a certain point in the story, she inherits a title that has man in the title. And instead of being like, well, now I'm such and such woman, she's just, well, yeah, I'm still just Spaceman. Oh, yeah, I gave it away. It's called Spaceman. That's what it's called. Copyright Spaceman. It's really generic sounding. That's the point. That's the point. Don't at me. But she becomes Spaceman at a certain point in the story. Spoilers for way later when this comes out. And she's not all like, I need to reappropriate it. I'm going to be Space Woman. No, that's just the title. She's just Spaceman. And people still call her Spaceman, and maybe there could be a joke here and there about, like, you're Spaceman? What? Like, you could do a little of that. But, like, you know, yeah, maybe I want to role play in that sort of role. Like, she's inherited the role of Spaceman, and so people refer to her, like, I don't know, something like that. Something like, it's just an option, you know?
So if it's never brought up again, what is the issue?
The Doctor was a woman? Yeah, it's a little bit Samus, a little bit. I guess Samus's whole thing is that you don't know she's a woman until she takes off the helmet, kind of thing. Until they made her suit a little bit more, like, early Metroid, Samus had, like, a very robotic kind of suit. Later on, they really even by, like, Prime, they really, like, accentuated, like, her, like, hips and kind of curves and stuff, made her a bit more of a sexy robot. But especially by Other M, of course. But yeah, no, a little bit like that, yeah. And she just inherits the title, and it's like, yeah, you could maybe roleplay something like that. There are reasons outside of, like, fucking gender ambiguity why you might want to do this. You might want to just have a little bit of wacky fun with your character, and, like, you know, give him a clown hair and a nose. And, you know, just select random shit, you know, click randomize and just go with it, you know, that kind of thing. And that's kind of fun. And this guy just doesn't want options. Like, he doesn't want options. It's an option that he doesn't have to really engage with. He doesn't have to be a woman or whatever. You know, he just has to be, he just has to do what he wants to do, and he's like, it's like completely broken his immersion by even reminding him that there's other people in the world who might be immersed by having those options, I guess. And that was another thing in his original video. His rant was like, it ruins my immersion. Well, like, it doesn't ruin your immersion, because you can pick the fucking just the male pronouns and be a man if you want, or whatever. But for other people, they're maybe allowed to immerse themselves a little bit more, and you might not agree with that or be like, blah, blah, delusions, blah, blah, but it's like, you can't argue that it's not allowing people to immerse themselves more. I'm sorry. Your flimsy bullshit about, like, Californian whatever, it's not really... That doesn't really make a lot of sense. This is allowing people to represent not even just represent themselves like gender identity, but just allowing them more options in general.
The problem, why is it even there? It's there to compel you to do so. It's there to compel you to participate in the gender ideology that they've shoved in.
You can't tell me what ruins my immersion. Well, I mean, I hate to tell you this. I think I can actually tell you what ruins your immersion, or like tell you what shouldn't, a little bit, sir, because the thing is this is a game that's set in the future, and it's a somewhat realistic take, like, you know, a little more so than Metroid or something. You know, it's a somewhat realistic take on the future. And I gotta tell you, whether you like it or not, this is the future of, like, things. You can argue that that's a bad thing, but that is the way, that's the direction things are heading in. At least now. This is our current day, like, modern futurism, you know? Like, it's like people talk about retrofuturism. Like, you can't look beyond what you know now, in a certain sense. You can be forward-thinking to some degree, and that's probably what they think they're doing, is like, oh, in the future, this is the trend that things are going towards now. What I'm saying is that immersion breaking, you should be immersed in the world because it's like that. And frankly, for you to think, I don't know, to be like, this is the future, they're not going to allow trans people in the future, or something. Like, I don't know what you mean by what ruins your immersion. Yeah, that's just, like, the way of things. I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you just, like, I'm sorry, there is a chat message. There is just a chat message that says, you can't tell me what breaks my immersion. Okay, well, you can, but you can't tell me how my brain processes information. All right. I just love that first message, though. Like you're really just hiding your head in the sand a little bit. Like, I'm sorry. This is just the existence of this as an option. Like, you're really not listening to any logic or reason, too. I mean, we've kind of, between me and the chat, I think we've thoroughly beaten this to death. Like, we're over halfway in the video, and I have another video to go through, and we're gonna just debunk all of it, basically. But, like, man, you're really just not listening to any of that, though, and I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. But yeah, like, that's not really rational or anything. Again, all of the logical things you can it's just an option. It doesn't really affect anything. Even if you want to say something about enabling delusions and whatever, it's like, well, okay, but it's just a role-playing option. It's not even, don't even view it as a gender thing. This guy is taking it and viewing it as a gender thing, but it's ultimately just, you know, it's just a thing. It's just an option. But yeah, all right. I mean, I can't tell you what breaks your immersion. I'm just telling you that this game that's set in, like, a somewhat realistic future, slightly realistic, a little bit, future space game. Yeah, this is, I mean, shit, dude, have you ever watched science fiction? Like, this is a legitimate question. I don't want to be hostile towards you that much. I'm calling you an idiot or whatever, but, like, have you seen, like Star Trek or anything? Because there's a lot of forward-thinking stuff that you might kind of view as, like, oh, that's woke, and they're putting it into the media, and I can't, my immersion, and it's like, but I don't know, this is just what science fiction is. Also, I mean, you can't. Science fiction by its nature is like a fantastical, like future thinking kind of thing. I don't know. You can't really, I don't know, a super conservative science fiction future. I mean, it wouldn't be like he's talking about. And that's the other thing. He keeps his whole thing about like, you're boring. This is boring. Like because it's in every game now. It's in everything now. It's pushed in all the media and everything. Like, I don't know, but it's like that's the future thing. That's like we're forward thinking, futuristic. Like that's what progressive means. You know, when you hear that word, is like, yeah, this is set in the future. It's going to be like different. It's going to be set in, I don't know, a future based on what we know now and the direction of things now, in which, yeah, gender stuff. If anything, you could argue that why doesn't this game have more gender identity stuff, gender politics shit? Yeah, this is the fucking... You know what? Frankly, why doesn't Starfield have more shit like this? It's a big science fiction game. It's trying to make some fucking point. It's trying to be set in the future and be this big science fiction thing. It's like so fucking vacuous and vapid and empty and has very little to actually say about anything from what I've heard. Just what I've heard. Haven't played it. Maybe there's some good little elements in like in various plot lines. I'm sure there's some good stuff there. I'm not discounting the whole game, but I'm saying that like much like Fallout 4, from what I've heard, the main plot line doesn't have a lot to fucking say. Wouldn't it have been great if they made a fucking make a fucking science fiction game to somewhat represent the current times and be like, this is a representation of things that are relevant to, you know, what's in the news today and what's being discussed and what's, you know, people are going through, and like this is seeing that through a future lens. Starfield doesn't even fucking do that. I'm gonna come down on the argument this game doesn't do enough to talk about shit like that. And it could talk about things from the other perspective too. You could have, I want this game to have somebody like this guy who thinks that that's all a bunch of hokey malarkey baloney, and have that be a discussion. Have that be a discussion, but it's in the future and it's like a sci-fi version. Why is Starfield so lame that it doesn't have anything like that? That's fucking, you know, there's my hot take.
To the game.
They're shoving their ideology into the game. It's not even an ideology, it's an option. But even so, it's like shoving something into the game. They're not shoving anything. If it was shoving, they would be selling it to you on that. They would be all forces female. If you don't watch this movie, you're a racist kind of thing. Yeah, you know, they would be doing that whole thing. They're not doing that. They're not shoving it into the game. They're doing the thing that everybody always says to do. If you really want to even make the pronoun thing political to begin with, which you don't even have to, you can say it's just a role-playing thing. It's just for role-playing. It's not even, doesn't even need to be political necessarily, that people have fucking pronouns as an option. You're talking about ideology. They're doing the thing that we're always saying that people should do. Hypothetically, if that's the case, it's not made a big deal of. You just pick it, you move on. Nobody draws a bunch of attention to it. You don't have some character wokely chirping in your ear with stupid fucking like sassy Marvel dialogue or whatever about it. You know what I mean? Like, this is what people have said, is like, have your diversity, have your stuff, but don't make a big deal out of it. And this guy is evidently not okay with that. Even if you have diversity and stuff. And that's why I'm saying it's like, it feels like transphobia to me. If you really want to, if you want to say that that's a term, if whatever you view that term as, if that's a term that can be used, if we want to define it as something, this feels like whatever that must be, because it's not really very logical. It's not based on because what he's saying is that it's about them shoving it into the games and stuff, shoving it into everything. Well, they're not. They're not. They are not. They have been doing that historically. Media like Hollywood and big AAA gaming has been doing that, and that's been happening. Sure. That's not what this is, though. And for him to be reacting so violently, the only way you can really take it is, oh, well, you must just have an issue, I guess, with trans people. Or you're just really, really bad at communicating yourself, and I guess media literacy, for him to be so upset in the first place. But he's talking about them shoving an ideology in, and like, if you want to view having the option of pronouns as an ideology, then that's very strange to begin with, frankly. Like, that's, I mean... it's not even it's not forcing you to do anything. Just pick your option. You know, it's not even going to be pronouns in bio shit. It's just like, what do you want the characters in the game to refer to you as for role-playing purposes or whatever? That's not really an ideology at all. I guess he's saying that it's hinting towards something, but like, man, I just realized how long I'm going to fucking be here. Jesus Christ. I had other things I wanted to do today. God damn. Yeah. We're just slightly over halfway in this video. This is going to take all day. We got a whole other video after this, too.
Again, you're being disingenuous because you're not even addressing the rest of the argument, which is...
Everybody involved in this is being weirdly disingenuous, I guess, to some extent. I mean, I don't think they are. I mean, no. Actman really isn't here. This is not disingenuous, really, at all. I don't know, but you are, and, like, maybe Hassan, and, like... You're claiming a lot of things that you can really call the kettle black here.
Fact that this is shoved into all types and kinds of our entertainment here in the West, and this is simply a straw that broke the camel's back moment. So
it broke the camel's back for you, I guess. I mean, for nobody else, really. For nobody else, really. I mean, broke the camel's back, like it's being shoved, and he's saying it's being shoved into everything. Again, it's just an option. I mean, it's just, and it defaults to your, like, default thing. It's not even, he would even have, like, a slightly bigger leg to stand on if there wasn't the chat member who mentioned that, like, yeah, if you pick a male character, it defaults to he, him. You just don't, like, the people that are upset by, like, I get the pronoun and bio shit is really cringe sometimes. I understand that seeing that on every teenager's bio, like, if you look at any TikTok and it's like, fucking BLM, XD, pronouns, like, all this shit, like, that is very annoying. That is obnoxious. Nobody is really arguing that. But the whole point is, the whole point is that's not what this is. I mean, this is just really being upset over the existence. I don't want to, I do think it's like people being a little disingenuous when they're saying that, like, you know, oh, you know, anytime somebody complains about the pronoun thing, it's like, oh, but everybody has pronouns. That's called the English language or whatever. Like, you know what he means. Like, you know what he means when he says pronouns. He's talking about the whole thing. You know what he means, and it's disingenuous to do that with a little bit. I don't think people are doing that intentionally, but, like, you know, but I say that, and then it's like, I don't know, these people are genuinely just upset by the fact that pronouns are like brought up at all, like that it's even a concept. I mean, like, just as an option at all. I mean, even like it defaults to he, him for men and she, her for women. It's not suggesting any neo pronouns. It's nothing like that. It's just the fact that they're in the game at all, and there's attention drawn to them. Like, the concept, it really is the concept of pronouns that's the problem. I guess. I mean...
The person that says it doesn't matter then created another post because I guess it actually does matter. This time with a little 15-second video. Oh no, virgin Starfield hater with me. Oh no, I guess I'm a virgin again. Hey, good for me. Are you virgin shaming? Naughty. And then average Starfield enjoyer.
This is like... Does anybody remember, like, 8 years ago when Red Letter Media would make jokes about, like, hashtag scoliosis shaming or whatever? There was that whole thing about, like, yeah, he's autistic. Whatever, he's autistic. Oh, get laid. I'm Rich Evans. I've gotten laid. And it starts popping up, like, virgin shaming on the screen. That's what that reminded me of. Like, that was, like, 8 years ago or something. They were making that joke. Those kinds of jokes. Or that might have been like 9 years, like 2018, 2014 or something. It was quite a while ago. They were making those kinds of jokes, and those were jokes. And this feels like this guy is just bitterly trying to do that, like, are you sure you aren't virgin shaming? Like, trying to actually do that thing where you're like, ha, got you. Yeah, you're not so woke and tolerant now, huh? Like as if he's doing that at all. Like, it's a very strange sort of tactic that he's doing with that. But also the subtle, like, weird flex of, I'm not a virgin, I've had sex before.
With, you know, Giga Chad, and the game's not even official release yet, but don't worry about that. Look, this is what it is, I don't care.
What do you mean it's not official release? People have played it, he's played it. I'm assuming Ackman has played it. A lot of people played it. It was available to play on this. Looks like the 3rd of September. What the fuck argument even is that? Like, it's not officially released yet. What does that have to do with anything? Why is that even being brought up? You weird man.
About it. Love the game, criticize the game, it's all good to me. So the guy that said it doesn't matter then's created another post because I guess it really, really matters. But this time, folks.
Well, it's not that it really matters, it's that it's funny. You always see this with these people that get clowned on and they're like, oh yeah, I guess I really made them mad. Like, no, they're just laughing at you. I think, and you know that too. Like, you know that, but you're, for your own sake and your own, like, your pride or whatever, you're just like, oh, I guess it does matter. I guess I triggered him. No, he's just laughing at you. But he's about to talk about the hypocrisy with the Star Wars or the Hogwarts thing. And yeah, this is stupid, by the way. I want to acknowledge that this is fucking stupid. He's about to say that this thing here, this have they streamed that wizard game, we're not allowed to say the name of it because he who shall not be named, because literally Voldemort as a concept ruined a generation of fucking people, and they're not allowed to say things that make them feel upset. And so you had a bunch of people. It always comes back to Gamergate, but like this, every time I look at Twitter I have flashbacks, right? Like fucking Vietnam flashbacks, and I'm just like, this reminds me of when people would not say the fucking word Gamergate. They would say goober grape or glamour glabe or gamer gaze or whatever the fuck, and they wouldn't just fucking say it because they were like afraid that people would like tweet at them or something. Like you're just so fucking frightened of mentioning Hogwarts Legacy that you have to fucking, you can't even say the name of it. That wizard game. Like, fuck off, you fucking idiots. And you're gonna fucking boycott it because like, because death of the author means nothing, and because like all this shit, all this stupid, and it's like they have the right to boycott it. They have the right to, but I also have the right to call them stupid and not agree with the boycott and think that it's kind of childish a little bit. But he's about to say that, but the thing is, he came out against the boycott thing. He was like, to tell people not to buy the game because something ideology is stupid. And for him to say that now after this whole debacle, after him screaming about ideologies conflicting with the game or whatever in Starfield is pretty funny.
Folks, he got me. I got gotcha'd by him. So I wanted to see what the guy who screamed about pronouns in Starfield thought about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, and I was not disappointed. The hypocrisy is prophetic. We'll get on to prophetic shortly, dude. So let's watch, shall we? I will not be berated, bullied, intimidated into not playing a game because you think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking pronouns! Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking gender ambiguity! You think it attacks...
I like how he's just trying to respond to this and be like, yes, that's what I said. Yes, I do not... What's that? Yeah, I do not, in fact, recognize the hypocrisy here. No, I do not. And he's talking about man up and all this stuff while you are... Again, it's like, listen, man, my hair's going too. I get it. It's not, you can't help that your hairline, I get it. I understand. It's just not helping that you do look like a giant baby while you're doing this. Or a thumb. Like either or. You look like both, kind of. A baby thumb. You look like a thumb of a baby. Like a real thumb of a baby. Like a baby, like that ugly baby from Seinfeld who they couldn't look at. Like you look like a real thumb of a baby. And so telling people to man up and then having it supercut with, you screaming about pronouns it's pretty funny.
She all goes against your ideal.
You might need, yeah, more like a big toe. Yeah, it's a bit more of a big toe, I'd say so. But I will say, like, I guess if you need to man up if you're screaming about, things interfering with your ideology and whatnot. So I guess he should be really happy that he has the option to be a he/him in Starfield. That's good.
And you just can't help. Shovel, you're dog shit. You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Fucking crap. Ideology into every...
Got the fucking smug little man in the corner, just like he has nothing. Like he has no. We're still so far into it, and he hasn't actually fucking made any point to be like, well, the reason I said this, to clarify or anything. Like he really thinks he's, and people in chat apparently do too. There was somebody who was like, oh, he already defended himself. Like, no, he made an ass of himself, and everybody's clowning on him because his points are really dumb and easily counterable by anybody. I'm a fucking idiot. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I know more than this fucking guy. And he's just down here like, and it's like, you have nothing. Everybody has already, like, clowned on you so hard. What are you even gonna say? You're just trying to save face. Yep, I definitely said that. Yep.
Thing! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, goes against your ideology, goes against your ideology. We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
Agreed.
Yes. And what was I actually...
Yes, I did say all of those things. Okay, what's he talking about? All right.
Talking about. I was actually talking about buying Hogwarts Legacy and not boycotting it because I wouldn't bow down to the intersectional, woke, far-left ideological mob that wanted to cancel it.
I love the fucking concept that the term intersectional is, like, bad. Because, like, I mean... I guess it implies the whole, like, everything is racist, everything is sexist, intersectional feminism, intersectional institutional racism, the whole thing. But I mean, the way I view it is like the intersectional blah, blah, blah. Well, I mean, everything is kind of connected in a way. Nothing exists in a vacuum. Things exist intersectionally with other things. Pieces of media come out and reflect the time that they're in and the culture. Lots of things are intersectional. Products exist because of the intersectionality of consumerism and, current trends and fucking lots of things. Intersectionality is just like the complexity of life, if you really want to fucking analyze it or something. I mean, I think I know what he means. He's talking about, like, California shit, as he would put it. I guess. But, just the fact that you hear that term a lot as if it's, like, a bad thing, and you're like... It's like... I don't know, it's like somebody being upset with the concept of chaos. Like the guy from the Final Fantasy game who was really upset about... It's like that. You're just upset with the concept of chaos existing, and you're like... No, that's bad. That's bad. No, that's bad. That can't exist. Like, that's just it's kind of just a concept. It's not really like an ideology or anything,
Because Harry Potter is made by J.K. Rowling. Somehow, that is a gotcha. I played the game, just like I've sunk 25 hours so far into Starfield. I played Hogwarts Legacy, and I enjoyed the gameplay, and I enjoyed the story. Didn't prevent me from criticizing the barmaid, which was silly, or other aspects of little bits of wokeness or intersectionality.
Fucking intersectionality. Like, yeah, like, it's like, intersectionality as a concept. Like, it's just a fucking intangible thing. Like, what do you... Intersectionality. And again, it is this thing of, like, he's going into this Harry Potter game, and I guess everything he consumes, he just does because politics, because he's so political. He's like Movie Bob. I mean, you could take what I'm talking about with this guy a lot of the time and just turn it into, just play clips of like Movie Bob or somebody like that. Like, he's so fucking obsessed with politics. He watches this fucking movie and just injects politics into it. Movie Bob just watching any old fucking movie and injecting politics into it. He plays this game now, and he's injecting politics into it. Any movie he watches, any game, anything he does, it has to be political. He's grading it on a political spectrum, on a political scale. He's playing Hogwarts Legacy. He's like, oh, I love the gameplay, but the wokeness! Like... You're just so far gone at that point. You really are like a Movie Bob, where you're just watching things so that you can go on Twitter and talk about how the Mario movie, you know, really stood up for fucking women's rights or whatever movie Bob-esque tweet. Like, this is the same thing. It's the exact same thing. And the people that don't get that and that think that this is reasonable, you really need to understand how this looks. That's the takeaway for all of this to me, is just the optics of this guy screeching about this. It's not even like that he's wrong. It's none of that. It's nothing. It's nothing more than just this guy and the optics of, like, the fucking meme of him being the new Wojak, the new soy jack for, like, screaming at about stupid shit on the internet that doesn't matter. And, like, just tainting political discussion further and making everybody who talks about politics on the internet look like a fucking idiot. Just like a screaming idiot fucking from a nerd cave bitching about Star Wars or bitching about whatever, like, movie Bob-esque fucking thing that doesn't matter. Consumerist baby just gobbling up all of the... What's the... again, Red Letter Media. One of my favorite lines, it was from their Captain Marvel review, and it was, I think it was Captain Marvel. It was either Captain Marvel or the Ghostbusters remake, reboot thing, 2016, where it was Jay Bowman. He said, "Eat up the multi-billion-dollar corporate slop and call it social justice, you fucking weirdos." And that's how Movie Bob sees things, and that's the same way with this, is like, you're eating up this multi-billion-dollar video game corporate slop, and you're just turning it into this, like, ideology shit post-war garbage on the internet where it really isn't. And even, like, I don't know, it's even, like, on a level, there's an apathy to me, too. I haven't even said, like, just that, like, yeah, I don't know, who gives a shit, ultimately. Oh, wow, I can't believe Bethesda, a giant company, decided to be woke. I can't believe a giant company would be woke. I'd never seen that happen before. Wow, I'm so disappointed in Bethesda. They haven't ever demonstrated that sort of thing in their games before. Never. Like, I don't know, like, it's like, do you have the energy to even care about this shit? I don't know.
That they put into the game, but I guess... Once again, you don't actually need context. You just need gotchas. And one final thing. You mentioned prophetic. Let me just see what your last video up is. The dark side of reaction.
Somebody says, okay, you really are trying to, like, have a gotcha or something. All the people in chat who are really trying to, like... So you literally admit the pronouns are only in the game because it's faux social justice slop? Well, yeah, to a degree. I mean, again, I love the fucking people. You really think you're smarter than you are, aren't you? Like, you literally admit this after an hour-long rant. How many, you know what, you're banned too. How many times have I said before, already on this fucking stream, right now, currently, how many times have I said, yeah, they put the fucking pronouns in, and it took them like 5 minutes, and it was probably an attempt to, like, maybe score some brownie points. You can also view it as a role-playing thing. There's lots of ways you could fucking interpret it. If you want to view it that way, sure, yeah, that's a valid interpretation. They probably did think, oh yeah, people will like this, you know, to some extent. I mean, I don't even really necessarily think that. I think that's a bit of a reach. I don't think it was a corporate mandate that they were like, you gotta throw pronouns in, Johnson, spend a day working on that. I think it was probably just a random thing they put in. But no, you're now banned from the stream, not because you, like, disagreed or anything, but because, again, these people come along trying with their gotcha shit, like, so you literally admitted after all? No, I admitted like 6 times, you're a fucking retard and you can't hear anybody. You can't hear what people are saying. And you can't understand the fucking time, the 16 times I've already said, like, and the other fucking idiot in chat, if the inclusion of pronouns isn't a big deal, why aren't people allowed to mod them out? You are also now banned. Why? Because I already said the fucking mod should be allowed, cunt. I already said that the fucking mod shouldn't be bannable, that they shouldn't be banning it off of Nexus. You are now pissing me off with this, like, yeah, well, what about this? Fuck you, I already said what about this. Eat shit, never come back here. Fuck you with your little faux smart guy fucking gotcha shit. Oh, well, what about this, smart guy? Yeah, guess what? Mentioned it 6 times, brainlet! Mentioned it like fucking 6 times! Can't fucking hear it over your own fucking problems that you have in your fucking tiny little fucking peanut brain. Get fucking lost.
Content. Holy shit.
And watch the two people that I just banned are going to go off and they're probably Kiwi Farms or wherever. They're going to get LeftwingDork banned me for being whatever. No, you were banned because I answered your question that you're trying to be all smug about like a bunch of times. I want to make it absolutely clear. I answered your question, and in the case of like both of you, I agree with it to some extent. Both of you. I agree with your point to enough of an extent where I'm like, yeah, I already answered that. I've already covered that. I have covered that to the point of, like, fucking nausea. Ad nauseum, as they say. I have covered that so much that I'm repeating myself because idiots like you are making me do it. Fuck you. Get banned. Fuck off.
The
Holy shit.
Embodiment of prophetic, dude.
Now I am this guy. And you know what? It's me, everybody. There he is. It's me. George is getting upset. It's me! Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots. Aren't you overreacting? I'm not overreacting! This is like the third time it's happened on this stream, goddammit! I'm not overreacting because they keep doing this where they keep going, oh, well, I got you here, idiot. And it's like, no, I've already said that. You are so stupid. Stupid! Like, how did you not hear the 6 other times, whatever, when I said, like, yeah, you know, they shouldn't have banned the fucking mod from the Nexus. They really shouldn't have done that. That's stupid. It doesn't really affect anything. Keep the mod up. I've said that a few times. And you really think you're a genius coming in here? I don't even care. Maybe you just joined the stream. Maybe you just joined the stream. I don't even care. I don't even care. You're gone now. Fuck you. I don't care. I was immersed in the stream. And what do I get when I look in my chat? Stupid bullshit! Pronouns! Ideology! I was immersed, goddammit. And you guys are ruining my immersion. You're ruining my immersion.
But I'll tell you what I did get from that clip. I got from it that I've lost a lot of weight since I did that video. And I'm really happy with the way that my weight loss journey's going. So cheers for doing a side-by-side there, because that just kind of spurs me on to keep going and do better. Here's...
well, you got a ways to go. But good job, you know, that's always good, the weight loss journey. You really are an individual who should wear a hat, though, sir. I gotta tell you. I mean... I don't know, the skinhead look, it's just not working for anybody. So now he's bringing up the Saints Row developer shutting down for some reason.
Just a little cautionary tale for you. Remember Volition? Volition, the game studio that took over the reboot of Saints Row. Volition, the same company that attacked fans of the old Saints Row games because they said that was outdated.
Yeah, that was, uncalled for, absolutely, yes.
And it was no longer acceptable, and their game was gonna be for a modern audience. Volition, who are now out of business.
Well, the funny thing, wasn't this game successful? I think it wasn't actually like a huge bomb. I think it was like it sold decently well, I think. At least that's what I've heard. I watched a couple videos recently just talking about this game, and some of the recent updates that it's had. And how it, you know, Volition just closed down and everything. How sad it is, actually, that Volition, you know, they had a really good track record. They had, like, Red Faction and you know, groundbreaking, like, environment destruction technology in their games. And, you know, the first few Saints Rows were great. I mean, our opinions vary about the third one, right? But, like, the Saints Row 1 and 2 are classics. I was just playing Saints Row 1 this morning. Because I was watching these videos. I'm like, yeah, Saints Row 1, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna play some of that, and it's great. Saints Row 1's great. 2's great. 3, you know, arguable, but 4 is also pretty good. This one is bad. Like, they've spent the last decade, they made the Agents of Mayhem game that was just a pile of shit. They made this, and supposedly there's talk that it was like corporate, like, publisher meddling bullshit that forced them to make it like go woke and go broke. And offend everybody and make everybody like piss off all the former fans. It was apparently not even really Volition's choice necessarily, or like not the developer's choice. I don't know how far it goes down, but like that's what I've heard about that. There's some talk that it was like an inside job to some extent. And he's talking about this, and he's using this as like, well, Volition shut down because they went woke. So Bethesda, if you put pronouns in your game, you're gonna go bankrupt because this company that hasn't released a hit since like 2008 just went bankrupt, I guess. Okay.
Because the game flopped massively. Things like this
I don't think
can
it was a
happen.
massive flop.
Chip away at people like Chinese.
But this is again an example where it's like, yeah, he's basically right here to an extent. I mean, I'm gonna argue with him here too much. Like, I'm kind of saying some stuff about like Volition, whatever, but like, I'm not arguing with him too much here. Yeah, he's right. Volition, they went woke, they went broke, for whatever reason. I mean, and that happens. They did the thing where they tried to sell out to the fellow kids, pander to the babies. They tried to sell out to the fellow kids and have this like, haha, student loans, millennial bullshit, like Gen Z, or not even really millennial, Gen Z bullshit, like TikTok era fucking bullshit, pandering trash. And they tried to do that, and it backfired on them, and that's a thing that happens. That's definitely a thing that happens. And again, you see, it's like, it's difficult for me to, what's that? Oh, now I look like this guy again. Because now anybody who comes out on the side of something that sounds like this guy a little bit. Again, him screaming about this shit, just by virtue of it being him, and just like... It's like, man, people like you and people like you are not helping the fact that sometimes, and not even that infrequently, you are occasionally right. Like, it's pretty common these days that shit like this is happening. And you can point to a lot of examples of stuff like Saints Row. But instead of just focusing on the stuff like that is bad, and that is actually like, oh yeah, wokeness is shitty and annoying. Yeah, when it happens. And when it's not something that's being blown out of proportion and isn't really a problem in a game that you are making into a problem. Like, you make this look, you make it difficult to criticize stuff like this without people. You are why people like me have to come along being a fucking centrist, because if you say, oh yeah, that game looks woke, you now look like you're one of like you're you now look like a screaming, gibbering silverback gorilla. And that goes for both sides, of course. That goes for fucking Movie Bob. Same. He's also a silverback gorilla. They are a rare breed, but they are two of a kind.
It's torture, and eventually they'll crack, or they'll have a straw that broke the donkey's back moment, and they'll stop supporting your games. But this isn't about pronouns. It never happened.
It's also not necessarily true. It's about how things are handled. Nobody has an issue with the fucking like Spider-Verse movies that have a black Spider-Man, a black Latino Spider-Man, and like Spider-Gwen is there and all of this stuff, because they don't make Peter Parker like a loser. Well, they kind of do, but like it's in an endearing way. They don't make him like a complete fucking failure idiot who can't do anything and sucks. They don't, make a bunch of jokes about how Spider-Man is a fascist or anything like that, like the fucking Blue Beetle movie. They don't do anything like that that's inflammatory and fucking stupid. They just have a good movie that has diversity in it. And nobody really has a complaint about that, unless they're like actually probably racist, I guess, or they just don't like the movie maybe, but that's fine, and that's the thing. You put that stuff into things subtly, and it's not a problem, and he's talking about the straw that broke the camel's back, donkey's back, whatever. Like, no, if you put that into things and it's done well, people like that. I mean, people like me will praise that for, thank God the One Piece show was able to have a very diverse cast without it feeling awkward or phoned in or shoehorned in or forced or anything, or it feeling like it was like out of character for the character. Like they cast the characters perfectly, and it's just naturally diverse because of that. And it's like, it's beautiful that show was able to, everybody has said the casting for everybody was so perfect. Right down to like, Nami's sister is like adopted, so in this version she's played by a black lady, and she, you know, that's great. She doesn't look exactly the same as Nami, but with blue hair like she does in the manga. She actually looks like a fucking different person, which makes sense because they're not related by blood, you know. Like there's things like that are like, yeah, you know, when stuff like that is put into media and it's handled well, like that's only a good thing when it's handled well, unless you are actually like, you actually just do have a problem seeing people who are like not white or whatever. It's not a problem when it's handled well, when it's not shoved in your face, when it's not like a whole thing. And that's what they're doing in the fucking Starfield game. It's just an option. It's not a big deal.
Stop support.
And I'm really not going to get to eat lunch today. This sucks.
Supporting your games. But this isn't about pronouns. It never has been. It's about everything. Every single solitary person that's saying, well, it doesn't matter, only says it doesn't matter when it's been inserted into their entertainment, when it's been inserted into their TV, film, comics, video games. Then they can turn around and go, well, it doesn't matter. But if any of it was removed, taken away, just you watch them spurg, get triggered as much as I did.
I mean, but what is he talking about? I mean, for one thing, he's directly admitted that he is now acting the way that his opposition does. He's admitting here that he's acting like a fucking, you know, blue-haired Twitter feminist melting down over, you know, being triggered or something. He's admitting that. He's actively admitting that he's spurged out and triggered over pronouns, like somebody that his type of person would probably clown on, that my type of person would probably clown on, which is why I'm here clowning on him. He's actively admitting that. But he's saying that, oh, well, if it was taken out, I mean, first of all, what do you mean taken out? Like, there's not a lot of games that have that as an option. So for you to take it out, like, what would that entail? Just not allowing you to play as a woman or a man or whatever? There's not... What do you mean taken out? Like, take out the option to play as a black character or something? Like, yeah, I guess that would probably cause a stir. I guess, yeah. I mean, there's not a lot of... What he's trying to say is, like, if it was removed, there would be a complaint, but there isn't anything to remove. I mean, there's nothing really that's comparable to this. Again, unless it was, like, the option to select your hair or something. Like I was saying before, like, if you couldn't name your character or select your hair color or something, like, yeah, I guess people would complain if options were being removed. That would be a pretty valid reason to complain. There's not really a good reason to complain about options being added, though, so what?
When I just get sick and tired of seeing this rammed into everything. Look how Disney are performing right now. Disney Marvel failing.
I like the chat member. Guys, there's another video left. there sure is. I wanted to go out. I wanted to maybe buy a fucking new Ethernet cable. I gotta, like, hook up my laptop. It's a whole thing. You know, but no, we're doing this.
Miserably. Disney live action film.
Thank you for joining the stream. Please, drop me $1 or something, or be a channel member. Hey, I'm deadwingdork and I'm a grifter. Please join the channel.
Failing miserably. Indiana Jones failing miserably. They are failing and failing and failing due to the fact they are ramming in current day, and current day is turning customers off.
No. What do you mean current day? Yeah, people are really getting sick of seeing things that are relevant to them. I mean, yeah, nobody wants to go watch a Star Wars movie and hear about how bad Trump is or something. Like, if that's what you're fucking saying, I guess that's fair. You know, yeah, ramming in, really clumsily, like, nobody's arguing that it's bad when it's clumsily done. Nobody's arguing that it's bad when it's, like, a fucking, like, really cheap, like, analogy for fucking Ruth Bader Ginsburg or some shit. I don't know. When it's, like, some really lame... Like, yeah, we agree. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that kind of shit. Nobody wants to have to play a new fantasy game and have to hear about, like, Like that Forspoken game, that girl just like, did I just move shit with my mind? Just fucking Marvel dialogue garbage. We want media that's a little different, that feels a little different from one another, and doesn't just needlessly ram home. I like this is where I get what he's saying a little bit. I do get the point a little bit that he's trying to make of like, we don't want to have to, we want escapism. We want to immerse ourselves. We don't want to have to, you know, we don't want to have to play a game and just like, oh man, this is reminding me of current day Twitter arguments and shit. And again, I would argue that that is not what this is doing. If that's something, if it reminds you of that, then I guess that's fair, but that seems like you're just terminally online in that case. But like, yeah, we don't want that in our media. That's true. He's trying to make a point, but it's like, yes, nobody wants bad representation of political stuff in media. That's always bad. That's always bad. Yes. No argument there. And he's talking about them ramming in current day. Well, no, when it's done fine, it's fine. It's fine. Nobody, like, he's claiming specifically here, Marvel is failing because of like wokeness, because of current day. No. Marvel is failing because fucking phase 4 and 5 now, I guess. I think we're into a whole new phase and nobody fucking told me. But we're into like a new phase of Marvel already. 4 is already over. And nobody gave a shit because phase 4 fucking sucked and there was nothing going on. And yeah, they wound up relying on shit like the wokeness thing because they didn't have writing talent, and that's like a crutch. It's not the reason for it. That's just a symptom, really. I made a whole fucking video back in like December talking about this shit. That's a crutch. It's like all the shit like She-Hulk. It's terrible. Nobody's gonna argue that it's, you know, like a good show or something. But like, it's a crutch to complain. Like the wokeness stuff is a crutch used by bad writers who otherwise would not be able to perform even without it. They would be making bad stuff even if they weren't woke. The Indiana Jones movie wouldn't have been any better if they hadn't had that fucking lady character in it that everybody hates. It would have just still been like a boring slog with an old man who shouldn't be there. And, you know, like, the only reason people frame that as some kind of like, they're ruining our heroes and blah blah blah, Indiana Jones, like, it's because they had a woman in the movie. And so it's the same, like, oh, they're replacing, it's this feeling of like, oh, they're gonna replace James Bond with a black lady and all of this stuff that like people keep thinking like everybody's getting replaced and they're Lady Thor and all this stuff. And yeah, Lady Thor is kind of, there's a bit of a cringe element to that too. And when people come along and they go, yeah, but it was in the comics, it's like, well, it was kind of embarrassing when they did it in the comics too, and it was clearly just meant for like wokeness or whatever. But like, yeah, no, the wokeness shit in something like She-Hulk or whatever Marvel thing is not the reason why Marvel is failing. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, there's probably some people who are very sick of, who might not watch Marvel because of stuff like that. Sure, I'm not even questioning that, but the writ large, as Ben Shapiro would say, the reason why Marvel is failing is because of like bad fucking writing in general. I mean, fatigue is the common go-to, but if the movies were better, then there wouldn't be as much fatigue. And so people, like, again, there's no fatigue when people go see a Spider-Verse movie and it's actually really good. There's fatigue when you go see a fucking another shitty Marvel live action movie and it's garbage. And they're talking about the failing Disney live action thing. I don't know that it really is failing. I mean, they're kind of just getting into less popular properties and running out of things that are going to be as popular as the live action Lion King or something. Which was also bad. Like, people might just be not watching them because these movies are bad. Like, that's the common denominator. He's citing Marvel failing. I think probably also said Star Wars, but let's add that in. Star Wars also failing. Live action Disney remakes failing, and the Indiana Jones movie. Those are his examples, and maybe additionally mine. I forgot if he said Star Wars. Those are all failing because those movies suck. And they don't suck because they're woke because they suck. They're woke because they fucking have a script that's garbage, and they're like, I don't know, throw in this line, and because there's no editor who can just tell them, okay, this is garbage dialogue, don't put this in here. Okay, yeah, a whole fucking, like they just have terrible plots and awful characters, the Star Wars remake, or sequel trilogy, or whatever, and like the fucking Indiana Jones, and like Men in Black reboot with like a woman in it and everything, and like all this stuff. That's just like meant the Charlie's Angels 2019 stuff, like just meant to like push this sort of thing. It's like, yeah, they're all shit. They're all shit, and it's not because they're woke, it's because they're fucking garbage. Independently of the wokeness, they're shit. They're trash. Oh no, it's me again. Hello, I'm back to... How's it going? Welcome to the stream. I'm baby-facing again. I'm baby-facing pretty hardcore right now. They're all shit, though. That's the problem. Is like, he's gonna complain. He's gonna complain about it all being woke, and it's like, you're not wrong, maybe, but that they're not bad because they're woke. They're fucking bad because they're fucking bad. And they keep being bad. And people like you and the fucking Critical Drinker keep watching fucking stupid-ass media for idiots. And, like, being upset that it insults your intelligence. Like... Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Indiana Jones used to be good, and it isn't now. And it's just... That's just the way it is. Disney sucks. You might need to move on and stop watching all these... Like, I think everything he's listing here is all Disney. Disney Marvel, Disney live action, Indiana Jones. It's all Disney. He just hates fucking Disney. He just fucking hates Disney. Yeah, I went bald. It's a shame. The new Doctor Who season will be proof that you can have modern viewpoints on shit and still have it be good. Yeah, I mean, you know, Russell T Davies has done some other historically fairly progressive stuff. You can, yeah, if you want to put it that way. The new Doctor is a black guy. You know, I don't know what else they're doing in terms of that. Yeah, they're doing some slightly different things with Doctor Who, and hopefully it's not going to be a giant mess, and it's not going to be... And that's, again, it's like, again, the whole theme of this segment is like poisoning the well. Like, you just see, there are people now who you will just see like, oh, the new Doctor is black. Woke! Like, we make that joke about like, I can't believe they included a woman. So woke. But, like, that's the feeling people get now because of shit like, you know, Disney, whatever, all this corporate bullshit. And because people like this, you know, they view it that way. And it's like, yeah, you include, like, you have a female doctor, but you completely butcher it and ruin it and make it one of the worst, seasons of, you know, a couple seasons of Doctor Who ever. Like, and then it's like, yeah, you've just made everybody who was saying that the Doctor shouldn't be a woman or whatever, blah, 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 woke. You're now just giving them ammunition and say like, yeah, look, it's bad. Look, it's bad because it's woke. And it's the same with all the rest of the stuff. He's criticizing all this Disney garbage. It's like, yeah, it's all bad. It's all bad, and it's bad it's not bad because it's woke. It's just bad in general. Watch a different movie. Watch something that isn't Disney slop. Don't play a Bethesda game if you don't want to, like, see current day things, you know? Don't play a giant corporate game if you don't want that, you know?
Action films failing miserably. Indiana Jones failing miserably. They are failing and failing and failing due to the fact they are ramming in current day.
That's not
and current
why.
day is turning customers off. And they've been doing...
Nobody is arguing that people, like, yeah, people are really annoyed when they go to a movie and they see a guy, like, Doctor Who example. That fucking episode with the, what is it, Arachnids in the UK, where they have the guy who is just obviously Donald Trump. Like, he's just a Donald Trump analog, and everybody says nobody remembers his name, everybody just calls him Donald Trump, you know? And he's just like he's running for president, he's like a big idiotic blowhard who wants to shoot the spiders with his gun. And it's an eye roll for everybody. Even people that don't like Trump eye roll at that. People can agree with things and still be like, man, I just wanted this to be like a fun fantasy story and not have an indictment of Trump or whatever, you know? But again, it's so hard for me to look at just the option of like selecting how people fucking refer to you in the game. It's not like some pronoun in bio like trigger warning shit. It's just a dialogue option. Like people aren't freaking out about that because it's not a big deal. Like ramming in current day, yeah, I guess.
Doing it for so long now and ramming it down all of our throats that even regular people are beginning to wake up.
Wake up.
Which is very different from being woke.
It's very different, guys, from being woke. People are starting to politically wake up to the realities of politics around them and the context of the political realities and why things are the way that they are. And that's very different from being woke, by the way. I don't want anybody to get it mistaken. That's different. It's not the same thing. People shouldn't be woke. That's bad. That's bad. Woke people be sleeping. I'm tired of all this ramming. Yeah, it's the wake up chat. The sheeple are waking up. I really do just love that he has to clarify that waking up is different than being woke. That's just so funny. Because it's clearly and evidently not. Like, there is no definition by which you can actually make it sound different than the term woke. But he's really wants it not to be because he clearly is so close to the self-awareness that he is just a blue-haired Tumblr feminist she-twink, like screaming about gender equality, screaming about pronouns in 2014, but now the fucking tables have turned. And he's like, no, I desperately can't be woke. I'm not allowed to be woke. I'm not woke. I'm just I've just woken up. I've waked up, but I'm not woke. God damn it.
Not only that, they're now starting to laugh at it and mock it as it should be mocked, as we see an image, of course, from the upcoming Snow Brown and the 7 Seattle baristas coming.
I mean, this does look like fucking garbage. Yeah. Look at this. Look at the Tuatha on over here. Why are these supposed to be dwarves? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Again, it's like, look at this. Look at this fucking casting. For Snow White and the 7... Are these the 7 fucking dwarves? I think it is. There's 7 of them. Oh, God. This is the 7 dwarves? Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, it's awful. Oh, God. Wow, yeah, that is really bad. Look at this, like, there's like Wang / fuck, what's his name? Tyrion Lannister, that guy. Peter Dinklage. It's like Wang, it's like Asian Peter Dinklage. You've got, like, Mexican Jimi Hendrix. You've got, like, this guy who... It doesn't even look like... Why are... Like, these are supposed to be the fucking dwarfs? Are you fucking kidding me? He doesn't even look like anything like a fucking... What are you talking about? They're all taller... The only one that's a dwarf is this one. This one is just a regular-sized guy, and he's just got a fucking... just looks like a hobo. Oh, this is some trash, actually. Yeah. No, actually, alright, I take it back, everything. Whoa, hang on, oh, God. Oh, not again. God damn it. God, I'm gonna be canceled for having an opinion on the internet. This is crazy. This is just crazy. No, but yeah, this looks fucking awful. It's like we can agree about some things, man, and you still sound crazy about your fucking weird pronoun screaming thing. Like, yeah, this looks fucking horrendous. Like, this is gonna be the worst live-action Disney movie yet. Wow. I mean, unless it's going in just an entirely different direction and it's like nothing like the original story. I mean, I guess maybe then it could be something, but like then it's the kind of a wild card. If it's trying to be like an adaptation of the normal Snow White story, good God. Good God above. Holy shit, this looks bad.
We
gotta give him this here. We gotta give him this.
And mock it as it should be mocked. As we see an image, of course, from the upcoming Snow Brown and the 7 Seattle baristas.
I mean, I don't know. Snow Brown is, maybe you could call that racist, but the 7 Seattle baristas is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. You gotta give him that one. This guy in particular looks like a Seattle barista, and this guy. Like, he's kind of right about that. I can't lie. He's right about that. That's a good joke.
Coming next year to flop majorly for Disney. Another fairy tale sacrificed on the altar of intersectionality.
Oh god, somebody says it's a brand new story, and they have it in quotes. It's a quote-unquote brand new story where Snow White is gonna be a boss. Man. Oh, that sounds like a real winner. You know what I need to have on my fucking soundboard? I need the theme song from the Batwoman show where it just goes, I'm a woman! And it's just like the lady screaming. And I need that. I just need that. I need that available at all times.
I don't care what you want to call yourself. Call yourself the king of Kathmandu for all I give a shit. And give yourself the pronouns of Tweedledum and Tweedledee. That's your prerogative to do. I just don't...
Ayo Brown and the 7 diversity hires. Oh, man. Foxy Brown. We'll call her... We'll go that far. Yeah, call yourself pronouns of Tweedledum and Tweedledee. And now he's about to get into this whole thing. This is a part that gets kind of interesting here. I'm gonna let this play a little more.
Call yourself the king of Kathmandu for all I give a shit. And give yourself the pronouns of Tweedledum and Tweedledee. That's your prerogative to do.
But it's not, though, because if you do feel that way and you want to give yourself those things, then if that is represented even in the most basic minimum way, then you will have a seething chimp fit over it, sir. You will chimp out, as they say, as you do look like a gorilla. And, like, I don't know what you mean by that's your prerogative to do. It's like the thing, it's like the what was it? It was something we were looking at recently that was kind of religious, where we were just like, yeah, you know, you're allowed to yeah, it was the Catholic gamer guy. It was like you're allowed to be gay and Catholic. You just can't express yourself or encourage that sort of thing or talk about it to anyone or admit it to yourself or feel good about it or ever feel good about yourself because you are a sinner, obviously. You know, it's that kind of thing. Like, oh, it's your prerogative to do. Just, you know, don't involve me or talk about it ever or ever make it a thing that ever impacts you in your life at all or ever want to be, you know, depicted in media in any way. That's not acceptable, but it's your prerogative. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it or anything.
I just don't need to play your game. And
now, it's important here to point out that when he says I don't need to play your game, he's not talking about Starfield. He's talking about, like, the gender ideology game, which again is not really a game in this sense. I mean, like, there's the thing YMS said about this, which is like, this isn't a game for some people. They want to be, like, represented as the way they are or whatever, which, you know, obviously arguments abound about that or whatever, but, like, to act like it's a game and or whatever, or even treat it as such, and like, I'm not playing this game of you wanting to be identified the way that you know, want to be, like, want to express yourself or whatever. Like, I don't know, this game, it's like, it's just alarming that you view that as like a game. Like, I mean, I know what he means to an extent of, like, the whole, like, if you don't do X, you're canceled. If you don't say X, you're not, you must be something phobic, whatever. I think that's what he means, but, like, that's not even really relevant to this. Like, I just don't need to play your game. Like, you're not, you just have to pick, you just have to thumb through some options in the beginning of your fucking game. Like, he really is just so terminally online and upset by... And the funny thing is, if he just got off the internet and just lived his life and just, like, went about his regular everyday life, like, he probably wouldn't encounter that much in the way of, you know, crazy wokeness, liberal propaganda or whatever. It's because he willingly, like, forces this onto himself and forces himself to engage with this. And he's like, I just don't need to play your game. Well, you fucking are, dude. You are playing their game. You are playing the social justice game. You are absolutely playing the game. You are you're not just playing the game, you're the entire fucking game yourself. That's not as good as you're not the clown, you're the entire circus, but you're not just a player, you're the entire fucking game, dude. You represent playing the game of, like, Twitter meltdown, angry tweeting about politics in a way that, like, nobody else really does. To say, I don't need to play your game, from what I can tell what you mean by game, you already fucking do. You already are. This whole video is playing the game. I don't know.
It's where we have the butting of heads, because you feel that I do need to play your game. You want to compel me to play your game. You want to legalize it so I play your game. And
so he's talking, again, not about Starfield. He's talking about you want to make it, you want to make me be forced to play your game. Which, again, is people wanting to be referred to by, you know, their preferred thing. And, you know, you can argue about that until you're blue in the face, but that's not really the point. The point is, it's not really a game. And it's him acting that way, like, I know it seems that way, and again, there's a lot of people out there who, there's definitely, like, and when I was a little bit younger and a little dumber like this guy, not that I'm a fucking genius, but, you know, I'm joking around, but when I was a little younger, I probably would have agreed somewhat more with this whole, like, yeah, I'm not playing that game. Yeah, call yourself Tweedledee or Tweedledum or whatever. But it is just a matter of, like, okay, so you don't feel that way, and that's fine. I'm comfortable as a man, and I'm sure this guy is too. But there's just a lot of people, and you can argue about why it is, and about, I don't know, they're fucking putting stuff in the media to make kids become trans or whatever. And you can argue that it's mental illness or whatever you want to say, delusions, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of people, though, who are going through things in their lives, and they're having difficulties with that. And for them, it's not a game. You know, whether or not you respect that, and you might not view that as whatever it is, whatever you view it as, it's not a game. It's something that they're dealing with, that they're kind of going through in their lives. And to do this whole, like, you know, whether you view the whole thing as a joke, and it's like, no, it's just a delusion, whatever. Well, don't they deserve, I don't know, some kind of, I don't know, wouldn't you say that deserves, like, sympathy or something? Like, in that case, I don't know. Like, however you view it, this acting like it's a game, like, I'm not playing your game. It's just a very strange way to view it, and you know, he might just be putting it in a way, he doesn't seem to be able to communicate very well. He might be putting it in a way that's not the best, but, like, I don't know, the way he is putting it, like, as if it's a game. It's not. For a lot of people going through things in their lives, like, it's good for you that you don't have to deal with that. It's great for both of us that we are, you know, perfectly happy with being males or whatever, but you know, there's a lot of people, and again, you can argue whether it's valid to feel the way they feel, but they do feel that way, and that's something that's being represented more now, and I just don't think that it's entirely unreasonable. Again, you're not forcing it down anybody's throat, whatever, it's just an option there. And like, that's talking about Starfield, but he's beyond Starfield now. He's just talking about in general, like, well, I refuse to play your game. I refuse to, like, acknowledge. I don't know. It's very complicated. It gets into the whole, like, gender versus sex thing. I personally think that, I don't know, it is a little silly sometimes, the whole, like, you know, yeah, there are two biological sexes and everything, and yeah, gender, it's kind of, I think we've discussed this on other streams before. I've seen stuff where, at least, I don't know if I've streamed it, but I've at least watched stuff where I'm like, it doesn't make so much sense to me where, you know, gender identity can be such an important thing to someone and yet at the same time apparently be so effervescent and meaningless, and like, like, I don't know if I'm describing it so well, like, I guess I'm just saying that, like, I can kind of see a little bit of where he's coming from, of, like, not necessarily understanding it or having a frame of reference for it. But, like, you gotta recognize that just not every trans person is Chris-chan and insane, and, like, you know, you could just talk to just one, who, and just ask them some questions, maybe, about, like, why they feel this way or whatever, and you can, you know, I guess if you talk to them and you know, level-headedly, like, explain something, and then they start screaming at you, and you're like, well, this sounds like blah, 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 and they're like, you're a bigot, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not helpful either. But it just speaks to this, like, I'm not playing your game, is like, this is just people's lives, man. I don't know. That's just so strange to put it that way. Like, whether or not you respect it as, like, whatever, like, gender, whatever, gender is different from sex, blah, 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 you know, if you view it as, like, a mental health thing, it's like, whatever, it's people's fucking lives. It's not a game. I just don't like the way he puts it that way. I don't think he means it in, like, quite the way that I'm interpreting it, but, you know, language is important, and just the way he's referring to this constantly as your game. You want to legalize it so I play your game, and force me to say the pronouns and all this stuff, and it's like, I mean, that's not even what we're talking about here, but he is taking it in this larger thing of, like, this Starfield game is representative of, you know, it's one drop in the ocean of change and stuff that he doesn't like. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you're an old man screaming at a cloud, dude. I mean, ultimately, yeah, it's really fucking stupid when the kids call themselves cloud gender and some shit like that. Like, I'm never going to debate you with that. And I've lost friends before who have thought that I was a bigot or a transphobe because I would make fun of somebody who thinks that they're, like, dog gender on fucking TikTok. And that's where I'm going to draw the line a little bit, is like, that's insane. It's not even insane. That is like a delusional thing where you don't recognize exactly what a gender is or whatever. Like, you know, I said before, like, sometimes it can be ephemeral. It can be like, gender expression and identity is really important, and don't misgender me, whatever, but it's also like, you don't really seem to know what a gender is. Your cotton candy gender, you don't know what it actually means. It just means, like, a set of things that you like, or, like, an aesthetic of things that kind of appeal to you is kind of the interpretation of gender a lot of times. And so, like, I can kind of get it a little bit when he says some of this stuff, but it's like, I don't know, that's not what we're even talking about. It's not neo-pronoun shit, it's not TikTok crazy, like, Mogai shit, it's nothing like that. It's just he, him, she, her, they, them. You just pick at the start of the game. It's not a huge fucking catastrophe. You would think, for all of how long we've spent talking about this, that this is some kind of incredible fucking, like the whole game is about trans fucking rights or something. Like, oh, I can't buy Starfield, it's woke, the whole game, you know... And it's really not, from what I've heard. The most other thing that he could bring up was a character who's a female clone of a male from, like, years ago. Like, and that's nothing. That's been in other science fiction before, and he still viewed it as, like, a slight against heteronormativity or something.
By game, of course, I mean gender ideology. Unlike the mob that went after J.K. Rowling, I'm not telling anyone not to buy a video game. If you're curious and you want to play it, buy it. Try it out for yourself. See what you think. I
mean, you're not telling people not to, I guess, not explicitly. Yeah, that's fair. They were explicitly boycotting the Hogwarts game, but you can't act as if you're not criticizing the game very strongly to your audience of people who don't like woke stuff and complaining about something that's probably going to make a lot of people go, oh, like I just said, oh, this game is woke, okay, I won't buy it then. You're not doing that, you know, I don't want to say not even intentionally. I think you are doing that kind of intentionally. But again, you much like how he kind of is probably phobic of certain things and refuses to like admit that to himself or admit that to others. He seems to be unwilling to admit, you know, that he is kind of telling people to not play this game because it's woke or whatever. I mean, that's not exclusively, not explicitly. He is still playing it, but he is strongly urging people in as many words, like, yeah, this game, gender ideology, blah blah blah, and people who don't know better, who just listen to him, are gonna go, oh, well, the game is woke, I'm not gonna play it, it's got a bunch of stupid shit in it. Anybody who listens to him would think that he's actually right about, like, oh, I wanted a cool space adventure and they couldn't, you know, let me, like, have that. They had to make it, oh, I bet you fight a guy who's like Trump and the bad guy is a white man and blah blah blah, and it's like, no, it's such a small thing.
Some of you will like it, probably some of you won't like it. That's the nature of the beast. But I'm more than entitled to express my own opinion on the fact that I am sick and tired of seeing current day shoved into every facet of our entertainment.
Keeps saying current day like it's some kind of gotcha, and again, I don't know what he thinks. Like, does he want the media to just be like current day? He doesn't want things to like change at all. Like, he doesn't want things to be more reflective of anything. Like, yeah, current day, it's newer. Another theme of this stream, I love when we do a stream and it's got like consistent themes throughout it, because when we were watching the religious propaganda shit, it was this constant, like, remember, don't learn anything, remember, knowledge is bad. This is like constant shunning of knowledge and understanding things, and it's like, yeah, I guess as we go forward in history, you know, we know more things and we put more things that we know into media, and we make things more resemble the current state of media and the current state of, you know, society and stuff. And I don't know. Again, you can't, like, this doesn't even make any fucking sense, because it's not even a writing situation. It's not even like, oh, the writing is bad. It's just a fucking roleplay thing for an RPG. It's just an option. You know, normally I would say, like, the writing is bad. He's talking about, like, oh, well, Star Wars is failing, whatever, Disney's failing because of wokeness. And it's like, first of all, they're Disney. No, they're not. But second of all, like, I mean, are they really failing because of wokeness? No, they're failing because the fucking movies and the TV shows are bad. Well, that doesn't really apply to this, because this isn't even like a writing thing or anything. The game has nothing to do with the fucking game. None of this has anything to do with any of this. And having this shoved into our facets of entertainment, like, such a fucking minor thing, and he's complaining about it so much. And the obvious thing to say is, like, well, now I've talked about this video for like 2 hours or something, because it is just funny to it's funny and it's interesting to unpack how wrong he is and the psychology of somebody who thinks this way. And then there's the chat people who are also, I guess, brainwormed a little bit, and like, don't recognize how dumb this makes you look. Not even for feeling this way, just for the way you've chosen to express it and the hill you've chosen to die on, the reason for it. Like all of this over such a comparatively small thing. It's not even about that he feels this way. It's about how he's expressing it and how he's continuing to express it. I don't know.
Television, film,
we're almost done this
video games, comics, etc., etc. In a few days' time, this will all blow over. Such is the nature of today's social media, as people's attention will be focused elsewhere, and my 15 minutes of Twitter fame will come to an end. But what won't come to an end is the people that saw the video and said to themselves, yes, that's the way I've been feeling. Yes, I've been...
Well, that's so funny that you say that, actually, because you say that won't come to an end. Well, I don't know that it necessarily won't come to an end. I suppose ignorance will always be there to some extent. Ignorance, I mean, even on the level of understanding what he's even talking about in context of the game. But, like, ignorance will always be there to some extent. People who look at this and go, yes, how dare people have options? I agree that this is bad. There will always be people who have dumb opinions. And, you know, once again, this guy shouldn't be not allowed to have his opinion. Unless, of course, he copyright strikes this stream or something, in which case, you know, his opinion can go fuck itself. But, definitely not disallowed from having an opinion, but he does seem to think that other people on the internet are criticizing him, are attacking him for having an opinion. It is this very, you know, hard done by, they're all coming after me, everybody's after me, they're attacking me, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know, man. I think you might be overblowing it just a little bit. People don't agree with you. It's not an attack on you. It's people thinking you're an idiot. That's different.
Seeing this for a while now, thank goodness there are other people out there that are feeling the same way that I'm feeling. And because of that, they've found my channel. And because of that, they will find other people's channels as well that they can go.
Yeah, all the other cool people who you scream about Star Wars being feminist still on live streams with. That's cool. Yeah, you can go to their channels. That's great. Yeah, he's not wrong. I mean, people will see him screeching like an idiot, and some people will go, you know, I agree with that. I just can't understand, because, like, again, even from the like, I fit every marker of how this guy should, like I don't know. Yeah, I hate the Twitter pronoun bio shit. I hate, you know, modern woke epic XD social justice shit. I hate it. I'm all with you, buddy, but this is just literally not it at all. And I just don't know. I think you might just have some problems with certain types of people, man. I just don't see how you can really even interpret this in that kind of way. You know, like, man.
And listen to their points of view, their opinions, and understand.
But it's great. It is good, though. He is right here that, yes, there will be people will see his video and they will come to him and they will, you know, and that's great. You know, I do agree with that, genuinely. I think that he has the right to say what he wants to say. And as long as I have the right to make fun of him and he doesn't view it as some kind of an attack or something, yeah, that's what free speech is. I think it's a beautiful thing. People have the right to make an idiot of themselves, and I have a right to call them an idiot and criticize them. And that's fine. And yeah, no, it's great. The guy should have a YouTube channel. I hope more people find his YouTube channel, because, you know, either people that find him kind of stupid and insufferable, or people that agree with what he's saying. You know, I think that that's good. People should have a platform to express their views, because it's, you know, really easy for me to then watch this video with honestly fairly limited understanding of a lot of the subject matter and still walk away going, well, even I know that this is wrong and this is stupid and you're wrong about this.
That they're not alone in this, and more voices will be brought to the table to push back from this utter nonsense that we've been seeing. And a huge thank—
rigidly straight white male voices, I'm sure. Well, not necessarily, but definitely rigidly whatever. More voices. I mean, it's funny where he's like, I'm not able to be immersed in the game because there's options for other people to represent themselves. We're gonna have more voices that rise up against people rising up. I guess whatever, you know, whatever fucks your fish, man.
Thank you to all of you for the outpouring of support. Your voices are and will be heard. And I'll see you in the next video. You take care.
Well, here's the next video, I guess. I killed Starfield, but I really didn't, though. And he's gonna scream about Starfield again. And this is 12 minutes. The last one that we watched for 3 hours was 18 minutes. This one might go by a little faster, but we're finally done that video. This one I haven't seen. I don't know what he's going to say here. I had watched YMS talk about his original outburst in that last video, but this one is new as of today. So this is exciting. Let's see what he has to say.
I killed Starfield! Well, apart from, I really didn't at all.
No.
But, do you know that thing that didn't matter? It turns out it really, really, really mattered.
This guy is really desperate to be, like, important, it feels like. Somebody said, can we have a palate cleanser? I'll tell you what, I gotta grab a drink, so I'll leave you with this for a second. Just, enjoy this for just a second, and, I'll be right back. Hello! Thank you for joining deadwingdork stream today. I'm happy that you would join us on this adventure. Really hoping that this becomes a banger adventure for us to engage in. This is gonna be an adventure through trash, so let's get it started. Yeah! First things first, you're going to need to click on your player profile. To add friends to your player profile, look at your profile and go fuck yourself. Yeah, let's do it, gang! Hello! Thank you for joining deadwingdork stream today. I'm happy that you would join us on this adventure. Really hoping that this becomes a banger adventure for us to engage in. This is gonna be an adventure through trash, so let's get it started. Yeah! First things first, you're going to need to click on your player profile. To add friends to your player profile, look at your profile and go fuck yourself. Yeah, let's do it, gang! Hello! Thank you for joining deadwingdork stream today. I'm happy that you would join us on this adventure. Really hoping that this becomes a banger adventure for us to engage in. This is gonna be an adventure through trash, so let's get it started. Yeah! First things first, you're going to need to click on your player profile. To add friends to your player profile, look at your profile and go fuck yourself. Yeah, let's do it, gang! Okay. Now, sorry, I was away for a second. I had to make a pee-pee. And now I have another beverage. We've been going for quite a while. We're gonna continue going. The stream isn't over yet. Not over yet, Snake. Thank you once again to Gecko, I believe, for making that one. That yeah, NPC claw green screen. Yeah, maybe. I saw you posted that. So I was asked for a palate cleanser before we get into the next video, and that kind of already was. Oh man, I hope you were able to see that. You were... Okay, good. Good, you were able to see that. That's good. I'm glad that I didn't just accidentally have that guy's face on the screen the whole time. I was gonna read a couple super chats here. As we transition into the next video. We got some here from the previous stream from hours and hours ago. Oh good god, 7 hours or 8 hours or however long it's been. Jesus Christ, I've really been going for a while. $5 from Gemstar. Columbus Day was made to stop the racism against Italian Americans. The American Italians, you wouldn't have America without our man Christopher. Well, I suppose that's fair. There's some degree of that. I really don't even remember enough about Christopher Columbus at this point. I've pushed that motherfucker out of my head, like, We're kind of past that now. Damn. $2 from Autistic Wolf. American Indian here. This makes me very uncomfortable. Or 2% American Indian here. This makes 2% of me very uncomfy. Yeah. Some weird stuff in that video. $5 from Tivy2Vs. That guy beat one of the hardest Doom maps ever for the first time on the easiest skill, and it took him 5 hours. That could absolutely be a god thing. Wait, who? Damn, I really should read these sooner, because this is now 7 hours ago and a lot of memes ago, damn. $2 from Autistic Wolf, Harry Potter music and leftist lies vid. Priceless. Leftist lies vid. I mean, we gotta try to swerve away from politics a bit the next couple streams. It's been a little too religious and politicsy. $5 from Sonic Lol Productions. Loyalty to Jehovah, loyalty to the cult, loyalty to the brand, loyalty to Disney. $5 from Chelsea Walters. I grew up a JW. You have to obey no matter what. Yeah, that's what I've heard. $5 from Michael Morbius. Brutal Moose said it best. Obey my food opinion, bitch. Well, you know, I have to obey his food opinions, even though he doesn't know the food words. He doesn't know the food words. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Dad sounds like kind of guy to type ja 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 in a text. Yeah. That was a bit of a nebulously foreign accent there. $10 from Kate. This is upsetting because I've known religious people who think girls should aspire to be housewives without having a backup plan in case something happens. Yeah, for those that did just join in for this this segment of the stream, we were talking about some like religious propaganda stuff for kids that was trying to, you know, tell them not to strive for fucking education or whatever. Technically, it was telling her not to cheat on her homework, I guess, or her tests, but like, I don't know. I don't know about how that works, but it was leading into that in a weird way. $5 from Tivy2Vs. I learned this exists. I learned from this exists that Scientology had some damn good music. A good channel, by the way. Also, I used to watch PragerU. No super fan, but watched them. Well, you know, a lot of people have watched them. You know, their regular videos are also kind of stupid too. That was all just the kids stuff too. But the Scientology, yeah, well, Chick Corea was Scientologist, and L. Ron Hubbard had like weird jazz albums, I think maybe with Chick Corea, but he had like his own music career, and yeah, there's definitely some of that going on. $5 from Mega Pyrogenic. Can't watch live today, but please prosper. Well, thank you. $5 from Vorty Vort. I just want to give a shout out to Darth Magog on YouTube. He's an ex-Jehovah's Witness dressed up as Darth Vader and often goes over how bad it is and it's propaganda. Well, that does sound fun. Excuse me, that does sound fun. Let's see. $2 from Aurelius. Jose X Carlos. Ship it like FedEx. Yeah. The weird Jose Peru thing from before. $5 from Fleabag. Hi, Clawfather. I just transferred from mortuary school to radiology school and been kind of down. Thank you for the stream to cheer me up. Well, I'm glad that you've been hopefully cheered up a little bit. That was 7 hours ago, so you've had quite some time for at least a bit of cheer. $5 from Lo-Fi Hippie. Was part of JW for a couple years as a kid. Knew of SA cases in the congregation and the police weren't called. Instead did spiritual investigations. Oh yeah, they investigate themselves. If anybody is a criminal within the Jehovah's Witnesses, then they'll just investigate themselves and find themselves guilty of no wrongdoing. Or something like that. $5 from Alien Hunter. I think people forget that the Bible talks about limbo or just getting redemption after death. Yeah, there's a lot of things that people forget about the Bible. $2 from Autistic Wolf. So basically, Jehovah's Witnesses men can't have two wieners at once. Exactly. Let me see. 300 ISK from Baneblade. Being gay is like Malaysia Airlines Flight 117. Exactly. I'm glad that finally somebody starts to see it. $5 from Buck50 Hot Dogs. Propaganda. How about I take a propaganda at those yabos? More like it. Am I allowed to say that? Oh god. $5 from MHG Mick Cartoons. Started today feeling off. Nothing like internet trash to make it all better. Here's some claw bucks to sustain your claw. God is dead. Link is Kara. Well, that's from 7 hours ago. That was the first super chat on the stream. And thank you very much. I don't know if you're still here, but let's see, where did I leave off before? It was like, okay, it was the one from Victor Martinez asking why does he look like a white EDP. Okay, well, thank you. I've now caught up with all the old super chats, all of the ones for the last video. We will read some more in a little bit. I do want to get to this video though. This video that he made called I Killed Starfield. But I didn't really, though. And nobody really thinks that he did, really. But I guess he needs to confirm that for us. Let's keep going. We've still got a while to go. Who's to say that this stream will be done before? This could be a 12-hour stream. Who fucking knows how dumb this is going to be? Jesus Christ. I sure hope not. Okay, that's loud.
As here from Heel vs. Babyface, Starfield is now in full official release, not only on the PC, but also on the Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S. Sex boxes. And despite me having an issue with current day being rammed into every single facet of our entertainment today, according to Bethesda themselves, the player base is 6 million. Now, I'm not trying to do any sort of gotcha.
And normally when you hear a guy like this talking about 6 million, never mind, I'm not going to make that joke. That's not necessary.
This being on the Xbox, I wonder how many of those 6 million players are actually through Game Pass, as opposed to purchasing the game directly. But this is Bethesda's first brand new franchise in, what, 20, 30 odd years, so I think it's safe to assume it was always going to do well to start with. To give you some sort of context, Final Fantasy XVI shipped 3 million copies in its first week, but to give some additional context as well, Cyberpunk 2077, which came out in an abysmal state, I don't think any of us can deny that, regardless of whether or not you like it now or still don't, shipped 13 million copies in its first week or two. So obviously Bethesda still have some...
So lots of people buy things. What's your fucking point? I mean, like, it's funny to watch this and just be like, this guy's like, wow, yeah, the game sold really well. And I'm like, yeah, it's great. Even people like you who ideologically have problems with it still bought it anyway. That's cool. Good. I'm glad Bethesda just has like a fucking fishing line in everybody's pocket across the fucking country, across the fucking world. Just people just, oh, what happened? All my money's gone. Oh, new Bethesda game. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Time to see if they can catch up to that. However, I don't think they will. New franchises from beloved companies sell. It's as simple as that. And Bethesda is a beloved company. The Elder Scrolls series is one of my personal favorites. I just need to wait 20 years between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls 6. And who knows what Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be like based off... All right, let's carry on! As I've already mentioned, but if you're new here...
Oh, they put a pronoun selection, so Elder Scrolls 6 is definitely ruined now. Like, the fucking thinking that a person like this has is just insane. I mean, especially for Elder Scrolls, like, I'll even give it to you. If you put that in an Elder Scrolls game, it would be a little different. It would maybe be just even a little different. I would still think that he's overreacting quite a bit, but it's like, this is a futuristic game. For you to be whining about this much and be like, oh, well, this clearly proves that Elder Scrolls 6 will be bad. Like, no, there's a lot of things that clearly prove that Elder Scrolls 6 will be bad. You know, like Starfield being bad. So, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I've currently sunk about 25 hours into Starfield, and I have struggled.
Wait. You could set your pronouns in fucking Cyberpunk? What? You could make traps and set pronouns in Cyberpunk. I haven't heard the term trap in a while. That's fun. I don't remember the pronoun thing. I remember you could, like, do some stuff to that effect, though. But, you know, anything in that regard at all. Like, any game, I would imagine it's the same. This guy probably feels the same in any game that lets you, like, wear a dress as a guy. Like, how dare you? How could you? This isn't manly, like that kind of thing. I don't know.
So much that I haven't even fired it up since the last stream. Well, apart from to take this clip.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
Because I think that's just going to be the most epic meme going for quite a long time.
Is that like a funny Starfield meme? God, even the... You know, the arrow to the arrow to the knee at least was... There was like some layers to that where it's like, does he mean that literally he was like an adventurer like you and then he took an arrow to the knee and he couldn't adventure anymore and now he's injured? Or does that mean the like wife slang for like, I took an arrow to the knee, my ball and chain, that kind of thing? It's like there's some depth there with that meme. If the new arrow to the knee is this
clip.
As long as the credits keep rolling in, life's good.
That's really fucking embarrassing. That's so bad. That's not even as good as "You like the sight of your own blood" from the Fiends in Fallout 3 and New Vegas.
Because I think that's just going to be the most epic meme going for quite a long time. And even though every cowardly, out-of-context, multi-million YouTube channel decided to dick ride because somebody that looks like me dare have a go at current day being ramped.
Well, you really could take a fucking shot every time he says current day. Like, he really thinks he's making a point. And he doesn't seem to realize... By the way, it's just funny how nearly every frame of this guy... Maybe he wasn't really that mad in that Starfield rant. Because, like, even here, he looks like he is fucking seething. Like, he's having a tantrum right now. This is wild. Like, yeah, someone who looks like you... I'm assuming he means, like, straight white male kind of deal. And not, like, a guy who literally looks like a soy jack. Like a thumular baby soy jack. Yeah, people are making fun of the fact that someone who looks like you is complaining about this because it's kind of the stereotype a little bit.
Into all our aspects of entertainment, which my rant was about, it was rather hilarious that the same people that think they're more clever than you couldn't even get the proper context, with the vast majority of them believing that the outburst was immediately after the pronoun section of the character creation. A wonderful guy called Hayden.
Well, okay, why would anybody think that, though? You didn't make any attempt to clarify that? You made an entire... What the fuck? You made an entire reaction response thing to this already, and it's now at this point that I'm learning that that wasn't even after... Yeah, no fucking shit I didn't know! Why didn't you tell me the first time? Cunt! Oh, yeah, they just didn't know about my... Yeah, well, why didn't you You had fucking 18 minutes to tell me! You could have just told me! You could have just said, oh yeah, no, it was after this thing or that thing or whatever. I assumed this whole time you were screaming about that. At any point you could have told me that. At any point you could have made the point you just made. It doesn't make it that much better. I'm assuming he's saying that there was some other thing that set him off, which was probably also stupid and invalid, whatever. But like, you're trying to defend yourself now 3 minutes into the second defense video in response to all of this. You couldn't just do this the first time? You couldn't just do this the first time and say this the first time instead of going after fucking Hassan or whoever the fuck else. You, like, the whole time I'm like, why couldn't you just, like, acknowledge your own... Like, half of that video, he's just, like, attacking other people and complaining about, like, Act Man or whatever because they made fun of his fucking opinion. And now he's finally clarifying that the clip is, like, taken out of context. Does that make it a whole bunch better? Not a whole bunch. Not really, but like it's something. It's something. It's some kind of a defense. It's some kind of a rebuttal. Why did it take you the second response video for this? Holy shit. Yeah, no shit. I didn't know that it wasn't just immediately after the pronoun selection. So what was it that set it off? Tell me.
Context, with the vast majority of them believing that the outburst was immediately after the pronoun section of the character creation. A wonderful guy called Hayden, and of course my friend Jeremy, D-Day Cobra from Geeks and Gamers, actually compiled a video putting together the context leading up to the rant. By the way, context
is great, dude. You could have told anybody about the context in the original video that you made. And chat member Chat member, you're getting dangerously close to acting like you're a little too smart for your fucking britches. Claw, please tell me you didn't think it was only about pronouns this whole time after we told you it was about the ideology itself. I'm so glad you told me, you know, the wonderful chat members who had to ask me things like a gotcha question that I had answered like 6 times. Yeah, I know it's not just about the fucking pronouns. I know, it's about the fact that he is transphobic and doesn't like trans people, and the whole thing, the whole concept of pronouns even being brought up at all is the thing. It's the ideology in general. Yes, it's not just the pronouns. It's the fact that he sees that as being acknowledged at all, and he starts frothing at the mouth, and that he can't admit to himself and to other people that he is just transphobic, which is fine. You can just feel that way, but he's just like lying and pretending that he's not. And yeah, no, I'm aware. It's not just about the fucking pronouns. But that's also not what he's saying. He's talking about the context and blah, 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 the context. I knew that there was context, supposedly. Yeah, the context is he doesn't like the ideology, but the ideology as he has described it, what he has shown has been the fucking option in the menu, and then there is a character who is a lady who was cloned from a man. And those are the 2 examples of things that are his problem with this. So if you're telling me that there's swaths of fucking context that's missing, and how dare I be so dumb as to judge him without knowing the context, which seems to be what he is getting at. This is the second response video. You had like 18 minutes or however long you wanted to in that first response video to just tell me about the context, to tell me all of the woke stuff in the game and convince me. And instead you just attacked Actman or whatever for like 20 fucking minutes. You just like wasted everybody's time and just shat yourself for 20 minutes. And like now, only now are you telling me that, oh, but there's more context. Well, what's the context then? You've had the opportunity to explain the context. The 2 things he's said that are the context are fucking not valid at all. So what's the fucking context then?
Which we all know these dick riders don't care about. They just want their pound of flesh. But here's a little bit of it for you.
Yeah, you just want your pound of flesh too, dickhead. You just want the same thing. You didn't want to prove yourself right or whatever. You just wanted to go out there and say you didn't want to prove yourself right. You wanted to prove the other people wrong. You didn't go out there in your first response video to say why the context matters and blah blah blah. Here's why I said what I said. You went out there to say that Cenk Uygur and fucking Actman and fucking Hassan are poo-poo stinky lame idiots. And everybody's attacking you and you're so hard done by, and you didn't explain at all that there was more context to any of this. Why, like, the chat member, like, Claude, don't tell me you didn't know after we explained it to you. Bro, he should have explained it to me. It's his job to explain it to me. And he didn't. And he is trying now, I guess, to, like, backtrack a little bit. That's the only explanation I can have. Because if there's all this context that was not being brought up in any of these tweets, you'd think you would have mentioned it the first time. But you were so focused on your pound of flesh that you didn't focus on any of that. And so now, the only other option is now you're just backtracking and you're like, well, but there was context, though. Which you didn't think of before, I guess. I mean, either way, it just makes you look like an idiot.
Guys, and I've linked the...
God, I can't believe this is getting worse now that he's actually explaining himself, just because it's taken him so long, and I'm like, how did you waste our time this long not explaining any of this?
Video in the description box down below so you can go and see the full context of everything, and also
So you're not even going to fucking explain it. I have to go watch a separate fucking video? Oh, I have to go watch a different video from some other fucking dick writer. It's this fucking guy. I know. It's another one of these... It's another one of his fucking friends in this circle of Kathleen Kennedy, woke, Star Wars, feminism, ruined twink, fucking pronouns, fucking liberal propaganda. I don't know why I slipped the word twink into there. But it's another one of these fucking people that won't shut up about, like, pronouns and woke and blah, blah, blah. And don't realize that they sound like Twitter blue-haired feminists.
The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds.
Okay, so the fucking So it's worse than I even feared. The context that he's trying to offer as something, some kind of like, oh, you missed out, there's context. And it's just the fact that there is this, like, clone character who used to be a man and is now a woman and has a different body because they're a clone. As if that's a new Starfield thing, as if that's woke, as if that's more woke than fucking Dax from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, as if that's more woke than fucking a lot of shit that's done this basically same plot point before. This is his context. Never mind, he has brought up the context. Never mind, it turns out we are all stupid. I'm sorry, I'm sorry I'm so stupid. Yeah, no, there is context, actually. The whole thing actually does have context. It's all him fucking melting down over this.
From one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the
So
military
stupid.
generation.
You love that this guy has, like, a fucking, like, American flag background or whatever. That's cool.
Az is dead. He's done. He's so done.
Yeah, I suppose his reaction is somewhat funny. Why is he reacting that way to something that's like this, though? It's science fiction. Like, you're so terminally online and unaware of, like, unable to, like, fucking turn your brain off from Twitter pronouns and bio bullshit. And that you're claiming that that's the game's fault that you're like this. No, it's your fault. You're now currently engaged in a sci-fi storyline, a short, like a little sci-fi story about some transhumanist shit. Some, like, I put my body, my brain in a different body kind of thing. Like, it's classic sci-fi, normal thing for sci-fi. And they're acting like why, like, this guy over here losing his mind at this other dude, like, at his reaction. Why is he reacting this way? What reason do you have to react this way? This is such a nothing story. This is just a science fiction story. It's like complaining that there's an alien invasion or something and being like, oh my god, it's so woke. Aliens, just like the Mexicans? And now this guy over here is, like, losing his shit with his Don't Tread on Me fucking shirt and his American flag background. Like, yeah, why exactly is this funny? Do you just not have any concept of what science fiction is at all? Like, why did you play the science fiction game if you can't understand what sci-fi is? If you don't understand, like, the concept of sci-fi. And I know that all these fucking perma-virgin fucking dorks like Star Trek, like me. I know these fucking people have watched fucking Star Trek. I know you fucking people know about Jadzia Dax, goddammit! We're going back to the fucking picture! I know you people know about Dax! I know you fucking disingenuous hack frauds know about goddamn Dax! I know you know that there are multiple fucking episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine that are like 700 times more woke than this, and they're still fine and good, and they're fucking good, because they're fucking interesting and they're handled pretty well. And they're not, like, preachy and annoying and whatever, but if you want to call this fucking shit, like, woke, you're gonna tell me, you're gonna fucking, these are the same people who would be like, oh, they ruined Star Trek, blah, 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 Star Trek used to be good. Fuck you! Star Trek was good! Back when they did the same kind of fucking concept better than Starfield. And you're complaining about Starfield because you're so terminally online. Go watch Deep Space Nine, you fucking hack fraud. You fucking hack fraud. God, I hate these fucking people.
I don't care. I'm just gonna go to sleep right now. I need him to pick option 4. I haven't seen this yet. Please.
Like, this guy's having a fucking conniption fit. He's having such a meltdown over the concept of, like, there being, like, this is now multiple layers of cringe that are happening here. where all this is a very simple sci-fi story. Like, this has happened a million times in science fiction. All sorts of science fiction has had characters like this, who have, you know, transhumanized their body from their original thing, whatever, they're cloned, whatever. And this is like a fucking, oh, I can't believe this. He's having this meltdown, like, oh, the clown world left and their silly gender politics. It's like, bro, this is just a sci-fi thing. This is super minor for sci-fi. This is to the point where it's not really saying that much or doing anything all that unique. And You should be alarmed by how simplistic this actually is.
You doing okay?
This guy is like losing his mind over this and how funny this is. And just that this guy is like himself having a ridiculous reaction to this. And this guy himself is also having a ridiculous reaction. This is so funny. Yeah, you really are laughing like this just over this like very basic plot. Like, wow, what is wrong with you that you're like laughing? What is funny about this even?
Dude, what did you say?
I guess it's this guy's reaction to it. Why are you reacting like this? Just because you've never, like, fucking read a sci-fi story or watched a sci-fi movie or played a sci-fi game before ever in your life? You've never done any of that ever. You've never encountered anything with transhumanist elements ever before, ever even once. You've never watched Star Trek, evidently, or any of the other examples of things where stuff like this has happened. Are you really a geek and a gamer? You know, geeks and gamers here. Are you sure about that? I don't know. Because you just kind of seem like you don't know shit about sci-fi. You kind of, if this is a big deal to you, then this is, like, kind of strange.
Oh, look! You're a clone of a man? How does that work?
A non-trivial amount of gene editing. Clone, honestly, isn't even really the right term for our relationship, thanks to the amount of donor material that was required to bring me into this world.
So you're not a clone. This is actually gene splicing that you're talking about. Oh.
Well, it's, I mean, I guess, sure. I mean, yeah, that's not very good writing. She does admit there. Yeah, I guess actually that's not the right term for it. I guess they're trying to, like, explain it to the player in a way that the player will understand. Maybe the player doesn't get the concept of gene splicing. I mean, I'll give you that. It seems like they've handled this a bit clunkily, but I don't see... I mean, guess what? Bethesda can't write fucking quests. Unbelievable.
Oh, just off. Seriously, just off. It's infected everywhere.
Nerves kicking in.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh.
Yeah, it's infected everywhere that there is a science fiction story about like people transcending their bodies or whatever. Like, it's the fucking future and you can change your appearance and stuff. And this guy has a problem with that, as if like he thinks that the future won't allow people to do that sort of thing. Like, what is I mean, genuinely, when I say, like, what is wrong with you? You really think that... You really don't think that the future is, like, this is a reasonably accurate depiction of how things will probably be in the future. Yes, people will change their gender if they are given the option to do so. It's actually a brilliant story by Neil Gaiman about a guy who invents a drug that I think it's supposed to, like, cure cancer or something. But it has the side effect of swapping one's gender. And so people just start taking this drug, not for the actual intended purpose, but just because they wanted to change their gender. And, you know, no consequences, no repercussions, it just changes them. And it creates this whole thing of like, well, now the people who need the drug, who actually have cancer, who this thing was designed for, who would benefit from it, they're not getting the fucking drug because it's like it's this designer... like future, and it like jumps into the future with it. Like, that's forward thinking. That's an interesting concept. These people don't want any kind of conceptual thinking going on in their science fiction. They don't want any concepts that make their brain hurt or make them too uncomfortable about things or make them question things and the way life is at all. That's scary and dangerous. How fucking dare this game very, very minorly and basically touch upon like, the most baby's first, like, transhumanist kind of thing. And they're, these two fucking guys, I'm just gonna say it, these fucking soy pog, white men, fucking basement-dwelling white dudes, 40-year-old white dudes. Fucking full Brie Larson on that one. The fullest extent of my Brie Larson energy. Like, these fucking guys are, like, cackling over this as if this is really something, like, and it's like this you can tell it's like this nervous laughter. I mean, he's just angry. Heels here is just angry. This guy has this, like, nervous laughter, kind of like, haha, it's so funny. They're not gonna, none of this will happen in the future. There's definitely no chance that this is the direction things are headed in. I'm not insecure about things. Everything's great. I'm not, it's laughter. It's funny.
Still got to talk to them to finish the...
Before we get up there...
What?
There's something else I thought you should know.
You're
My
a
relationship
double
with the
dude.
UC. It's
You're a double
more
dude with
complicated than it might seem at first
dicks on
glance.
top.
The
Here
UC is
I'm in with
actually
a
the only reason I'm here in
20,000
the first place.
ADR says Space Dylan Mulberry. Yes.
I'm a clone of a man named Francois Sanon,
Oh,
one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the
I
colony
have to
war,
go through this again.
former head of the UC Navy.
Yeah, I think you can like skip dialogue probably, buddy.
This
They
again.
called him Ve Victus.
But I think you like I think you are like not skipping the dial. I like you think he's saying that he's already seen this, but he's just not skipping it because he is just like mad.
Whoa.
Did they call them they Victus? They Victus? They them Victus?
Oh my Jesus Christ. And so I guess this is the context. I gotta tell you, I started screaming because I'm like, why didn't you tell us that there was more context to this situation? I guess that's the context, is that that he worked himself up really hard over the fact that science fiction makes his brain hurt. And he got triggered over that. That's the context. So guess what? There actually was context, and actually it just makes him look stupider. Uh-oh. Oops. Oopsie poopsie. It also makes his friend look stupider. What a shame. Turns out the context actually just makes him look worse. Yeah, you know what? I can see why you didn't focus on that in the last video. Good point.
Jeremy's opinions on the matter too. What? Him?
Oh, because is this the actual menu then? Oh yeah, no, so yeah, so you just make your character and it says the name and then it says the thing and it defaults to he him if your character is male. I love, by the way, this is totally the type of guy this is, by the way. I just knew it. I love that I can see the character that he made. Look at the character that he made. He just made himself in the game. He doesn't want to think at all about being a different type of person or living a different type of life or any kind of experience that isn't just the experience that him and all of the people he surrounds himself with have experienced. Exact same type of person, exact same things, and you can see that by like, no, I don't want to make my character, I don't want to have a black guy or plays a woman or plays a Chinese guy or anything. I don't want to make a new character. I don't want to role play. I want to just be myself. Because being anything other than me is scary and might make my brain hurt. And so, but anyways, you put in your name, and then you have it automatically tell you that you're a he, him, because it does fucking trigger me and assume his gender. My God. I mean, that's just inexcusable. I mean, just because he has a beard, you're going to assume that he's a he, him, but it does automatically select that he's a he, him. And then you have an option if you press a button to do this. This is like the fucking people in chat who are like, well, why does it make it why does it make you select it? It literally doesn't. You can now see it here. It just has that by default, and you put in your name. It is quite literally like complaining that you have to select a name. Because it's right next to the name even. This is so funny. Like, the more context you're giving me, the worse this makes it for you. I can't believe it. I can't believe... Like, actually, you know what? I take it back. You know what? Don't defend yourself. The further you're digging this hole is only making this worse. Holy shit. Holy shit.
I love Az so much.
Okay.
Yeah, I love ass too, buddy. Oh wait, that's his name. His name is Az, despite the fact that his fucking thing is heels versus babyface, which is like a dogs eating dogs 6 level or super dead 6 galaxy level of just awful fucking name. What a can we just acknowledge that this guy's name is just fucking horrendous? It's for one thing, I keep thinking it's heels versus babyface. It's not. It's one heel. It's just one heel on his baby face. It's such a fucking terrible name. But, no, his name is actually Az, and this guy, this Geeks and Gamers guy who's, like, laughing at this whole thing is really obnoxious for some reason. It's just something about, like... He's got this fucking annoying... God... Reminder that it's free speech to say that this guy looks like a penis thumb baby man and this guy has an annoying punchable face. Reminder that that's free speech and not an attack on anybody. And if you really value your fucking First Amendment or whatever the fuck you believe in, then don't at me, don't bother me, don't attack me by copyright striking the stream or anything. That would sure be bad for you. Man, both of these fucking guys are unfortunate. So much.
Okay.
These fellows just like pretending that they're okay with themselves and they're like comfortable in their own skin. Man. I don't mean that in a sexual way or a gender way. I just mean like you could tell there's just so much insecurity here. There's just so much, again, like fear that you can tell that the world is changing in a way that, you know, they don't like it and they don't understand it and they're afraid of. They seem to be afraid of, you know, things they don't understand, and it's just like this smugness that's kind of thinly masking this severe level of like insecurity and sadness. It's very pathetic. Bethesda, Alexa, play Despacito.
I'm gonna say something to you. You should fucking listen. If you want to play pick your pronouns, then you should have an option to not enter pronoun.
Yes, agreed 100%. The fact that they've...
What do you mean, have an option to not enter pronoun? Like, this is where people come along with the fucking thing, where they're like, oh, but every language has pronouns, what do you mean? And I'm like, that is a little disingenuous, because you do know what he's saying, but once you get into this, like, yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, kind of a little bit. Like, are you really just mad about the fact that the pronouns exist? Because you don't have to pick them, you pick your name, and then it just automatically fills it in. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Force you to do it. They don't force you, it's right there. It's automatically in there. Like, if they are forcing him, if it is a thing where they are forcing him to do it, it doesn't appear that way. The first we saw of any of this footage, it was automatically on this screen where it already said he, him, which implies that he didn't, like... Well, also, why is he on this screen now? Why is he on this screen now? I thought this was supposed to be after the fucking... Like, I thought that all that stuff with Hadrian happens and she's talking about how she was a clone, and that seems later in the game. So how did this rant happen before the character screen? What? Or after it? What's happening? I'm confused by the chronology of this, but as far as I can tell, it does just automatically fill in what your fucking pronouns are based on what character you've made, and then you can just change that if you want. And it is not forcing you. Apparently, it doesn't look like it. From what you've shown here, it appears to just automatically fill it in, and then you can change it. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't fucking played the game, but like... Problem. They're forcing you to do it.
Technically it can... Okay, hang on. I can personally confirm that he, him pronouns are default. There is no picking. Default male, and you decide what you want to be called. Yeah, so this is literally just lying. Like, this is grifting. You're just doing this for fucking views, allegedly. Let me put the allegedly on the screen, just for a second here. Yeah, you're just lying. You're just literally doing this just for views. You are lying to your audience right now. Again, I mean, let's play the fucking game, chat. Are they stupid or are they lying? Are they too stupid to recognize that it's not an option? Or that it is an option, that it's not like being forced upon them, that it's just a thing they can optionally select if they want to? Or are they disingenuously lying to people to try to get clicks off of Starfield? Is that what's happening? Are stupid or lying? I don't know. I think probably both. But I'm gonna say maybe lying, maybe disingenuous grifting bullshit a little bit. Because yeah, people in chat are saying, that's literally an option, he can just have it set at default. Technically it has to be he, him, because the game... Yeah, like the person who says it has to be he, him, it has to say what your pronoun is because you can choose it, you can select it, and because people in the game will refer to you based on what your fucking gender is or whatever. And his whole thing is, oh, well, but if you're a man, it shouldn't give you the option, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, Well, no, his whole thing was if you're a man, it should default. It should know that you're he, him. If you're a woman, it should know that you're she, her. It does. It does do that. It does exactly what he said in like the fucking first video or whatever that it should do. It knows what your pronoun should be based on context or whatever, and then you can change it. So they're just either lying or whatever. And yeah, they have to say it because if you pick a fucking female character, they'll call you a she. And if you pick a male character, they'll call you a guy. And they decided to make an option so that it didn't matter and you could just, pick, And why is that such a big fucking deal? That's really not, like, getting in your face about it at all. God, the further they explain it, the less sense this fucking makes. This is so dumb. This is so dumb. You have lost this completely.
Listen, I know.
So 6 hours later was when you had your problem. So you saw the pronouns in the beginning and then you've just been stewing on that ever since. Because I've been in this mindset before. I'm not even going to pretend I haven't, where you are waiting, you've seen something that makes you go, oh, this is going to be this way. And then you're looking at it from that lens of anything you're trying to interpret in a certain way that you can be like, see, I was right. I knew it. I knew that this was going to be woke. And it took you like 6 hours of him presumably just like sitting over there like, oh, is this character going to be woke? Oh, another cutscene. Is this one going to be woke? Before he finally found something that he could kind of attach this shit to 6 hours in. He could vaguely attach some of this to like, oh, there's a sci-fi plot happening in the game, I guess, and it's making me uncomfortable and making my penis wiggle. I thought this character was cute, and then she said she was a man, and I don't understand that.
I should
okay.
have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier.
Yes. Wait! Probably all of you know by now what section we're going into. This, of course, is the lovely young lady who...
Yeah, he is saying basically that you shouldn't be allowed the choice of picking the pronouns. It's not that you are forced to. It is like they are trying to frame this as you are being forced to make this choice. No, unequivocally, the problem is that you have a choice, that you are allowed to make the choice. That's the problem. Apparently they're afraid to say that, but that is what the issue is. You can very clearly tell that is what the issue is, because the more that they try to explain around that, the more it just makes it clear, like, oh, well, yeah. But it's not a thing that's being forced on you. You do just have an issue with the fact that it's an option that's given to you. That's what the problem is. You don't like that this is an option that's given to you. You don't want to be able to do that. That is breaking your immersion for some reason. Because you have more options. Because you literally see the word... I think what it is, you see the word pronoun and you get triggered. I mean, like... yeah, I mean, and I'm not even gonna pretend I don't get that. When I see people with, like he, him in their bio and they've got, like, a giant bushy fucking beard, I'm like, yeah, that is kind of cringe. Yeah, we know you're a he, him. You don't have to fucking tell me. Like, you really don't have to, like, tell me that. I can kind of guess. And like I get it, I get that knee-jerk reaction too, but like it's a knee-jerk reaction that goes away, and then I think logically, these people haven't moved past the knee-jerk of seeing the word pronoun and just having like a fucking shit fit.
Tells us that she's we're going into. This, of course, is the lovely young lady who tells us that she's a clone of a guy. I was really thrilled with that because current day. But it's sci-fi and this has been done before. Yes.
Oh, okay. He's gonna argue against it. Okay.
It has been done before.
Has been done before, but so this is bad, and he's gonna smugly chuckle to us about why it's bad. Why is it bad?
It's been done before when gender ideology wasn't rammed down our throats in...
Okay, so it's bad now because we see more of that now, but so that's bad for it to ever be discussed at all? I mean, even in this way that is not really saying much of anything or making any kind of point, really. As far as I can tell, I mean, it's just kind of the backstory of this character is that she is a clone of a guy or something, or gene spliced or whatever. It's not being rammed down our throats. He's saying that, it sounds like he's upset that that it's here at all. I'll let him finish.
It has been done before. It's been done before when gender ideology wasn't rammed down our throats in every single solitary area that we went to. So if you think this isn't put in because of that, I got news for you. So let's pick...
What? That sounds like a fallacy to me. I'm not super knowledgeable when it comes to all of the, ad hominems and whatnot, straw man, that kind of thing. I don't know I don't know the argument words. But just to say that, like, oh, well, it's more common now, so that means that the reason it's here is because wokeness. Again, maybe someone on the team who made this quest just really liked it. Fuck it. Enjoy this guy's face for a second. Hang on. Well, that's cool. I'm getting spoiled on stuff with Dax. That's cool. You type in the thing. Personal question here. I don't know that there's going to be just a... man. I wanted to look up a clip of Dax from Deep Space Nine. This is the one example I keep using. If you're not familiar, this is a very similar thing where it's, I guess, a race of people who, like, their consciousness kind of moves on into, like, hosts. They're, like, symbiotes or whatever, and they, like, move on to another host. And so the Dax character was, like, a different Dax who was a guy before this lady. And so they get into that in the show, and I was thinking when I looked up just the name, I figured immediately I'd get some kind of, like, fucking thing about it or something, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that they get into. I'm not gonna find a clip. I don't know what clip would even suffice, really, from what episode, but there's a lot of stuff they get into with that in 1994 or whatever. That's a lot more sufficient for discussing that sort of thing than even this current day game. And I mean, his argument is like, oh, it's shoved into things now, so that means it's bad. It's like they were doing more with that element of fiction in 1994 than they're doing here. It seems to be kind of a very surface level thing that isn't really, like, informing that much of the character. I don't know much about the character, obviously, but I don't know. I don't know much about it. I can't judge it too much, but I'm just saying that I could fucking reasonably guess that Bethesda Game Studios is not providing the greatest of stories ever. I just have a weird suspicion about that. I don't know why. But like, yeah, I don't know. He's trying to explain away like, oh, well, yeah, sci-fi's done this before, but now it's bad because more sci-fi's doing it now. Well, no, I mean, again, that's just a thing in sci-fi, dude. That's not a... No, I'm sorry, that's a really bad response to that. You think that that's like a gotcha. It really isn't.
Pick it up just a touch later.
From one of their most respected tacticians.
I've got this fucking peanut gallery laughing again.
You're the leadership of the
So
youth
stupid.
generations.
Az is dead. He's done.
Yeah, we already saw this. Cool.
Man,
Oh, shut the f*** up.
I thought Swasanon,
Oh,
one-time fleet admiral of the UC.
Right, yeah.
really do miss
Victus.
alcohol and abusing
Secure the
drugs. Some
leadership
days.
of the UC
I'm not saying
military
today's one of them,
generations to
but
come.
today's one of them. I don't give a f***
Man, I was
about
cloned
your
from my
pronouns
father
or who you
was
identify
executed for
as.
acts he committed during
Just
the
give
war.
me my space
The man
money
caused a
and
lot
my
of death
space
on both
experience.
sides.
I don't care about you as a person. Just do things to affect my life and make things better for me. Man. I mean, I don't know that you can necessarily extrapolate that to oh, you can't see it, sorry. You're looking at his lovely face. My bad. Was that still his face? Was it? Yes. Okay, good. Sorry. You're still getting what you're, it's the same thing. But just, we'll play it again here.
Days. I'm not saying today's one of them, but today's one of them.
She's not talking about her pronouns.
I don't give a
She's not talking anything about that. She's just saying that she was cloned from a guy or something. And now he is extrapolating that. He is reading so much into it and turning it into a thing that it really isn't.
Man, I was
about
cloned
your
from my
pronouns
father
or who you
was
identify
executed for
as.
acts he committed during
Just
the
give
war.
me my space
The man
money
caused a
and
lot
my
of death
space
on both
experience.
sides.
And it's like, I don't know that you can necessarily take that and assume that that's, like, representative of how he thinks as a person or whatever. But that is just kind of funny. That is just like a funny little clip of him just like, I don't care about you and your identity and any of your struggles and any of your problems. I'm here to immerse myself in this world. Like he said at the beginning of that rant, the whole rant that started this, where he's like, you know, I want to immerse myself in all the people that I'm going to meet and the relationships that I'm going to make. But God fucking forbid you tell me about your identity or anything that like... Are you sure you care about any of that? Are you sure you actually care about any of that? Are you certain about that? Because it seems like you don't want a story. It seems like you don't want to learn about this character or about what makes them feel the way that they feel or be the way that they are or anything. You just want to be a little snide little bitch and complain and whine and bitch because my pronouns! Because you're not getting your fucking space money or whatever fast enough. Like, do you want an RPG? Do you want to immerse yourself in this world? Because it doesn't seem like you can. Like, it doesn't seem like you're actually able to immerse yourself in anything. People like this in general, like, you're not able to. You're not able to disconnect from the world you're in and just enjoy this fucking thing. You have to be fucking sitting there waiting on bated fucking breath on the edge of your seat for somebody to even hint at something that might be social justice or liberal. And then you can write a scathing review about how it's woke. You can't fucking immerse yourself. Don't act like it's Bethesda's fucking fault that you couldn't immerse yourself in this game. You can't immerse yourself in fucking diddly dick squat shit because you're so angry all the time at anything, at minor things that are not problems. This is not a fucking problem. And he's over here like, oh, I just wanted to immerse myself. Yeah, well, you're trying to talk to a character now and you're whining and babying because the character isn't saying the things you want and giving you your money and giving you what you want. Wah! Wah! Fucking baby temper tantrum shit.
I just wanted you to be forewarned.
Whatever you say, buddy. Pal, chum, mate. I didn't come onto this person. There has been no sexual shenanigans with this person.
Thought you ought to know.
I just thought I would say the most ridiculous thing when they said, there's something I need to tell you. And obviously being a clear female, I just joked, you're a dude. And then they went to tell me that they are a clone of a dude.
This fucking idiot fucking laughing over this whole time. This fucking moron. God, I just really hate his little laughing face too. Just the fucking smug energy of just how, like, and how wrong you obviously are. Just how provably wrong all of this is. How, wow, I just really dislike these people. Wow, you know, at least I'm able to admit that when I dislike people. When, you know, there's large groups of people that I'm allowed to say that I don't like. Yeah, because thankfully they're just people like you. Yeah, I guess that's fine, yeah.
No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep us waiting out here.
I don't have any questions.
This guy's laughing at a burp. This guy with a "Don't Tread on Me" shirt is laughing at burp funny. Yeah. This is the kind of humor. This is what's making you laugh. Like, yeah, no wonder this game that's barely touching on, like, the most basic of sci-fi shit is like doing your head in. Like, you know, I think I really give society too much credit in general, because I look at something like Starfield and I'm like, surely this game for fucking morons is not going to be a 10 out of 10 across the board that everybody loves. This like watered down, like pathetic fake RPG experience that's just lying to everybody about being an exploration game. Surely people aren't going to just love this thing. And as it turns out, it's actually a little too smart for certain people. So that's cool. There's actually people out there that are like a little too dumb for the dog water level fucking dialogue and storytelling that's happening in a Bethesda game. Like, they dared to put a simple sci-fi premise into their game, and these people are losing their fucking minds.
Questions? No.
Yeah, I guess it's
don't
just a
care.
The part where he burps is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
I don't want to give it.
I guess the burp is, to be fair, the burp is the funniest part of him raging there.
Everything away. Go check out the video. Link is in the description box down below, and give Jeremy a subscribe and a like for that as well.
Why? For just being a fucking idiot who just sits there and laughs the whole time while you're fucking doing your thing. What great content. Yeah. Good content. Yeah, so I can watch your video, but with an American flag thing in the background and with some fucking moron, like, cackling the whole time. That's good, because I needed double dumbass on me.
Needless to say, I just wanted my space bucks and my space experience, and I was just getting bukkaked left, right, and center with current day Western game. And even though that got the back
Bukkaked left, right, and center. I mean, he just says he just wants his space bucks, like... Yeah, you're claiming you want to, like, immerse yourself in it. I mean, I guess this is also proof that, like, people like this, you know, Bethesda is not making people don't recognize what an RPG is, or Bethesda isn't making RPGs, I guess. It's hard to say, but, like, I don't know, to just look at any game that has any kind of fucking characters discussing their backstory, or any kind of, like, themes or issues or, you know, concepts or anything going on in a game like this, and you just whine about, like, politics or something. Like, I guess your idea of immersion was just to, like, walk around and shoot things, I guess? Is that what you really wanted? That's what he wanted from this game, I guess? He didn't want to talk to people. He didn't want to have people talk backstory to him or to do quests or anything. He didn't want a story. He just wants his space money. Okay, you could just play like a fucking gacha game or something, you know, maybe people like you could play games for people like you and stop ruining RPGs for people like me. That'd be great, thanks.
Up of the pronoun police, and of course, when we say pronouns, we are talking about preferred pronouns. Of course, males and females have pronouns, but we don't have to make a big fuss about it.
And, like, the game doesn't make a big fuss about it? Like, of course males and females have pronouns, so you have that as an option to select how you're referred to, yeah.
Because we can see by looking at them. But
yeah, well, but that's not always true, necessarily. I mean, you know, yeah, two sexes and everything, but there are just sometimes people who naturally are more male, like masculine-looking women, feminine-looking guys, a guy with long hair, a woman with short hair, or whatever, like, you know, it's just very, I mean, it's obviously just a very simplistic view of things, of just, like, I don't know, how we view gender in general. I have difficulty with the whole thing, because I don't see... A lot of the time it's like people, I said before, like there's an ephemeral nature to the gender identity thing when I hear people talk about it, and it'll be like, you know, gender identity matters so much and blah blah blah, and you need to represent me and everything, but then, like,
but we don't have to make a big fuss about it.
We don't have to make a big fuss about it, you know. It's like gender identity matters so much, except when you're you know, you're just kind of like, I don't know, there's just something to be said about that. Like, if you're a guy with short hair, a guy with long hair, you're more likely to be viewed as, you know, feminine or something. If you're a woman with short hair, it's viewed as masculine. And it's all just because of, what, the length of the hair on our heads. And there is just a general, like, the more you look into it, like, anytime I've done commercial streams before and we start looking at commercials that are like cereal for women, and you just have to be like, yeah, this does work. And people tell me, like, well, they gender products because it works, because that's what sells stuff. And I'm like, I'm not arguing that it does work. I'm asking why. I think it's interesting that there are, you know, reasons why gender can be viewed in a certain way, and, like, you know, yes, two biological sexes, and that's fair if you want to look at things that way, but if you do want to analyze gender on some level, it is like a lot of things. I mean, what, buying yogurt makes you a woman, you know, like walking in a certain way makes you gay or feminine or whatever. All of these, like, weird little things that we have assigned, like, gender roles to some extent, that don't really necessarily have any reason for that, you know, and so there's something to be said for that, and that can lead to people who are, you know, yeah, ambiguous in some way, and I do want to go back to when his original rant too, when he was shouting about pronouns, gender ambiguity. Like, gender ambiguity in and of itself is also even part of this, as if, like, You can't just be an ambiguous looking like woman, like someone who is still she, her, and identifies as female, but you just like, you know, kind of look like a dude or whatever. Like that's certainly a thing, and that's not really a crime against anybody. But yeah, I mean, you know, God forbid all men don't look like this guy, frankly. You know, if all men looked like this fellow, we would be in a better place. Or that other dude in the fucking don't no step on snack shirt, you know, we'd be in a much better place. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Because we can see by looking at them, but the people making them...
That's not necessarily true, and if you want to make a character who is, like... What if you... There are scenarios that I've seen before in game character creators where it's like, I want to make, you know, this character... and the only way that you can really do it, it's like a female character, but you make a guy because the facial structure is slightly different on the skeleton of the model or whatever. And so you fuck with the guy's model a little bit, and that makes it a little closer to this like anime girl character or something, like that kind of thing. I've seen people do that sort of thing before, and this would be that kind of thing. Like, what if you want to have like a character and it's just an option, like it's just enabling options for the people to use. It's not... It really is just somebody being super fucking triggered over the word pronoun. Like, he saw the word pronoun and he just got really upset.
Most noise are likely kids, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I literally mean that in a way that they don't understand. They're not educated because they've just been targeted by this nonsense in all aspects of their education and life.
I mean, I don't know about education necessarily. To some extent, sure. But I will say that, like, yeah, there's a degree to which little, you know, younger people... I mean, everybody is just growing up with the pronouns in bio, even though, like, they might not have any gender stuff going on at all, but they just feel like that's just the thing you do. And that is a little strange. Yes, I'll give you that. Like, when you're fucking 10 years old and you're going to school and you don't even really understand any of the stuff that you're hearing about, like, gender, blah, 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 but you still feel compelled to be he, him in your fucking Twitter bio or whatever. Yeah, that's strange. I don't have an issue with you saying that. Yeah, I don't know. The trendiness of gender politics now is certainly a thing. That you can bring up. I don't see that Starfield is necessarily related to that. I guess kids will play the game, but I think it is M-rated, or at least T-rated. So I don't know that that's really even a fucking relevant topic at all, but, I mean, sure, yeah, little kids, sure. And gonna go into how they're trying to trans the kids and they're all groomers or something?
That's why people like me, every once in a while, get really pissed off with it, because once upon a time, I used to live on a normal planet. But during those 25 odd hours...
Well, no, once upon a time there were a lot of people who were not able to express themselves in the way that they feel, because if they did, then society at large would view them as freaks and outcasts. And, it's great for you and for me that we are not that type of person, you know, that's great. You and I... Mr. Heel, sir, have avoided a certain degree of difficulty with regard to gender issues and things like that. But, you know, a lot of people do have those things going on in their lives. And as I say, it's like whether or not you view it as, like, I don't know, like a valid gender sexuality thing, or if you're, you know, if you just think that it's like a mental problem or something, it's like, I don't see how you... I don't see how there's any way that you can't just be like, well, okay, but you deserve, like, sympathy. At the very least, sympathy and, like, respect to some degree. Like, however you look at it, it's like, unless you're just being, like, a really big asshole, I guess. I don't know. Any way you're trying to make this, like, oh, I lived in a normal world, and yeah, I guess just fuck all those people who feel differently from you. I guess that's just what it is. Yeah, all the people who, you know, and I mean, that's such a good mindset. I mean, there's a lot of people who are gay, too. I mean, I'm sure it extends somewhat to them as well when you say that. You know, anything that's not like you, anything... If you make a Starfield character and it doesn't look exactly like you as a human being person on Earth, then this fellow doesn't want anything to do with you. You're just not realistic.
Of gameplay, I said multiple times, Starfield's problems aren't its pronouns on the creation screen and female dude clones. Starfield's problem is Starfield. The game to me isn't that great and certainly doesn't compare to the Fallout and Elder Scroll franchises. The open world aspect...
Oh god, it doesn't even compare to Fallout 4. Oh, not even Fallout 3. Oh...
is gone because everything is a cutscene to go to a zone. It feels very confined and limited.
Well, you know, now he has real stuff to say about the game. The stuff he's saying now is the reasons why I'm not playing fucking Starfield. Apparently there's a mod, one of the ones they haven't removed on the mod Nexus. There's a mod that like it enables like DLSS or something, some setting that basically just makes all of the performance across the board 100% better. So I started up the game, I got the Fit Girl version, totally legally, I mean, I got the legal version, I played it legally. And I tried it, and, I mean, I had it preloaded on Xbox Game Pass anyway, so it's like, it's whatever, but I got the legal version, and I tried it, and I realized that it wasn't running. And I could run it now, I think, if I had that mod, I would probably be able to run it. Like, it was running, it was just very slow. And like I could probably, you know, performance was, would probably increase. I could probably play Starfield if I wanted to, and I just really still don't want to. And he is, he's explaining a lot of reasons that sound perfectly valid for why.
With the vast majority of planets just being empty and barren. In trying to find your own fun, you can just get lost in nothing. It's pretty dull from my perspective.
And so you might think, okay, well, I'll go do a quest or something. Except he doesn't want to do quests because that gets in the way of him getting space money. And he might have to read dialogue that might be woke. So he doesn't want to do quests. So I guess a big chunk of the stuff that's actually content in the game is stuff that he's not interested in very much. Or maybe if it's just like a white guy or whatever, he'll be okay with doing the content. As long as there's no hint of trans stuff. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. He seemed very upset that that character had a character and was talking to him, and he was like, "Shut up, just give me my reward!" And like, so I guess he doesn't want the story aspect of the game, which, to be fair, again, it's that Emil Pagliano guy or whatever writing, so it's probably a pile of shit, but I don't know, you kind of don't seem like you, yeah, like, why did you even fucking play this if you don't want to like read the story or anything? I don't know.
We go to Metacritic, and I know the divisive nature of Metacritic. However, they do put absolutely tons of comments, so it is interesting to read them. We'll see that Starfield has an 87% on the critic side for the PC release and 5.4 for the player base.
You know, I want to acknowledge, by the way, that the video is called I Killed Starfield. But I really didn't, though. And again, nobody thought that he killed Starfield or that his fucking outrage, baby rage, had any kind of impact on Starfield whatsoever. I don't think anybody thought that particularly at all. But I think he does a little bit. I think he's trying to downplay the fact that, like, he recognizes that it's embarrassing for him to think that he is responsible for this 5.4. But I think he does think a little bit that he's responsible for this 5.4, or at least like some of the points not being as good as the 87 over here. It's weird how this is an 87, but this is a 5.4. This couldn't be a 54, and this couldn't be an 8.7. Why? What? Yeah, I think he does think that he's like partially responsible for the user score, which, you know, he probably is. There's probably people who just saw his video and then spammed with 0 out of 10 woke game, don't buy, or whatever. Which, remember, he wasn't telling anybody to boycott the game or not to buy it. Remember that. He wasn't saying that. Definitely wasn't saying that. But yeah.
And on the Xbox Series X, we have an 86% critic score and a 6.1 on the customer score. And if we actually look at these comments, are we seeing people talking about pronouns And
yeah, everybody, a lot of people who laughed at him, like me, also think that, I mean, again, I haven't played it, but I've seen footage of it, and I've seen enough coverage that I'm like, I'm good. Yeah, it's dull. It's not a game I'm interested in. I'll probably play it if it's on sale, or like at some point when it gets mods and stuff, you know, it starts getting like fucking Samus gunship mods and shit like that. Maybe I'll play that, I guess. Yeah, you know, once they give me Samus Aran power armor, like power suit armor or whatever. You know, specifically the power suit, not the Varia suit, the original power suit, the one with like the other shoulder pads that are like flatter. Then give me that. I like that. I like that suit. Give me that one, and like a beam rifle, like arm cannon thing, and the ship. And I can customize the ship, and I can make it like the Metroid Prime ship, or I can maybe make it like the Fusion ship. There you go. Then I'll play Starfield. You tell me when that mod comes out, I'll play Starfield. I'll be all over that shit.
Gender ambiguity for
unless that mod is already available for No Man's Sky, in which case I'll just play that instead, because I'd rather play that actually.
the most part. Did I destroy Starfield? Did I kill Starfield? No, most people are talking about
Nobody thinks that, dude.
the problems which Bethesda games.
Who told him that he destroyed Starfield? Did little Leo and Layla show up and tell him that he spoiled paradise and killed everybody's good time? Because that's not true. I don't think anybody thinks that.
Tend to have the limited nature, the engine, the bugs. It's all here. So people that are giving it mediocre scores, terrible scores, or good scores, there is a lot there to be said. It's actually quite rare that you will...
Look at these wonderful... I love Metacritic. It's so bad. It's so bad. This game is a total disappointment. Wake you up, Bethesda, with your formula. You plan to do it for how many more years? 0 cinematic, 0 charisma, 0 story, 0 soundtrack, no memorable theme, 0 fun, so boring, nothing is going well in this game. It's 2023, it's inconceivable to release such a pitiful game. 70 of 129 users found this helpful. I just love... It was pretty okay. Wasn't even bothered by the whole pronouns thing, since it's way worse in Baldur's Gate 3, and I could get past it. Is it worse than Wait, what? Oh god, no, Lothar up here. I walk around and it looks like some SJW simulator. There's one race we all know is hardly represented, while another is over-represented. Which one specifically? He says another as if it's just... Which one? Like Asians? Like... Who? Is he gonna get inspired to play Baldur's Gate? I played a little Baldur's Gate 3. I have... There was not a pronoun selection, or maybe there was. I don't know. I don't think I cared. I'm not a fucking psycho, so I didn't care that much. If there was, I think there was a thing you can select if your character has like a male voice or whatever. There's some options there, yeah. Because fucking Baldur's Gate 3 is a better RPG than anything Bethesda's ever made, but yeah, that's a good comment there, Lothar.
That you will come across somebody that will be saying that they have downvoted the game based on, let's say, the content held within my rant. I certainly am not putting any of this on myself to think that one person...
Oh, you totally are, dude. You really want to believe that this user score is influenced by you right now. I really think you do. I really think he does. I so think he does. He's really downplaying it. He's like, I didn't kill it! Nobody says you did. Nobody but you put this idea in your head that you killed Starfield. You saw this user score and you got it in your head that you are responsible for this with your just incredible nuclear takes. And you know, you probably did actually influence it a little bit, but like the degree, and he's like, no, I'm not saying that I'm responsible for this, but he clearly thinks he is. Like, he obviously thinks he is responsible.
Could have that effect is insanity. If I could be so bold, I think one of the reasons that the rant that I did went so viral was, as I've previously mentioned, nothing really to do with Starfield at all. It was always to do with going after their sacred cow of
Yeah, somebody... Underdog pointed out you only talked about pronouns, and none of the reviews we read mentioned them. The only review we saw that talked about how it was SJW was racist. Lol. It was. Or no, it was a race. He was a race realist. Come on now, he's just an Odinist. He's not a white supremacist. But it was a race adjacent, and he did actually bring up pronouns and said that I wasn't bothered by the pronoun thing. The one review that he showed there, as far as I could see, was somebody saying that they didn't give a shit about the pronoun thing. And instead was just a racist. Like, I didn't care about the pronouns, but as a devout clan member, I have to say, you just write your dialogue like if only Bethesda wrote all the dialogue like a Neil Breen movie. I've started to realize Neil Breen movies, almost every like line of dialogue starts with, "Well, as the leader of the bank, I don't think we should do this. As the president of the bank, I think we should."
Their ideology, and a lot of people were beginning to wake up and realize, yes, I've been noticing this in all of my entertainment, be it television, movie, etc., video games. So this really had nothing to do with Starfield from the get-go. Starfield was always going to be judged.
The term "sacred cow" is used, and the person in chat. I resign today as president of the bank. That's right, wake up. That's not the same. That's not the same as being woke, chat. I want to make it very clear that being woken up to the political realities of our society and our media that we consume, and this sounds so fucking Oh god, something disconnected. What just disconnected? Oh Jesus. Oh jeez, something disconnected. Oh boy, I don't like that. I don't like that. Something's funny. This sounds so fucking similar to, like, Anita Sarkeesian, though. I just can't get over to how similar, just, like he's so close. He's saying that he's woke, but he's, like, so afraid to say that he's woke. Stream's still fine, alright. Yeah, somebody's brainstem disconnected. He's so afraid of saying that he's woke that he's saying, like, I've woken up! And he had to make that whole thing in the other video, which is very different from being woke. Like, God, you're so similar to these people. It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing, and people will claim that it's like, oh, you're blah 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 leftist. Like, no, I was saying the same fucking thing back then, that people that are acting like crazy mongoloids on the internet over stupid trivial political bullshit in a video game or whatever should shut the fuck up and stop being such mongoloids. But no, now the pendulum has just swung in the fucking other direction, I guess.
Based off how Bethesda created the game, and with its 6 million players so far, how's that going to increase or decrease going forward? Only time will tell. But I think it's pretty evident that the jury is still very much out as regards to where Starfield is going to fall in the annals of gaming history.
Well, it's definitely not going to be Game of the Year unless it's like the fucking show is rigged again like it was in 2020. It's not gonna be Game of the Year. I guess they're always rigged, but like, unless if it's rigged in the wrong direction, Starfield will be Game of the Year. But there's been like a Game of the Year every other fucking month. I mean, apparently Baldur's Gate 3 is woke or something, so I guess it shouldn't win, even though it's like apparently one of the best RPGs ever made. And as far as I can tell, it's a pretty good one. I'm not really super into the turn-based thing as much as, like, I would prefer Starfield to be my game, because I prefer the, like, open, real-time kind of, first-person shootery exploration. I like Bethesda games in concept. I wish all of them weren't terrible. I wish there wasn't, like, 2 good Bethesda Softworks games, like, of that formula, like there's fucking it's fucking New Vegas and Morrowind, and I guess Daggerfall, but it's kind of so old that it doesn't even really feel like it's part of the same formula that much, but kind of also Daggerfall. And then there's just nothing else that they've ever made that's all that great. I mean, Oblivion's fine, but like, man, I sure would love it if there was a game like, that's the game that should be Game of the Year, that's what I want to be Game of the Year. If it was good, but it doesn't sound like it's very good. It doesn't look very good. Fucking, I want Bomb Rush Cyberpunk to be Game of the Year. Man, I just can't get enough.
I'll see you in the next video. You take care. Bye for now.
Alright, well thank you, Babyface Man. Somebody asked for, there was a... Oh, it's my Stream Deck got disconnected. Oh, that's a shame. Well, I don't know how that happened, but that's unfortunate. Somebody made a request earlier for something, and let me just... Okay, that should bring it up, right? No? Hang on, hang on. Okay, come on now. Where? Hold on, I need to find it. I need to find it. Hold on. Is it this? Yes, it's this one. Okay. I just wanted to open this here. You know, I think I'll just leave up the image of this fellow while I play it.
Hey, it's time to collect the Chaos Emeralds. Yeah, let's go. Time to collect the blue spheres, go. Time to avoid the red spheres, yeah. Time to jump on yellow spheres. Time to collect the Chaos Emeralds. If you collect them all, you become supersonic. And if you collect all the rings, you can get a perfect score. There's blue spheres, there's red spheres, there's spheres everywhere. There's blue spheres, there's red spheres, there's yellow spheres as well. Yeah, there's red spheres, there's blue spheres, there's spheres everywhere. There's red spheres, there's blue spheres, there's yellow spheres as well. Yeah, welcome to special stage. Yeah, you gotta collect blue spheres.
Well, thank you everybody for watching the stream.